The mystery that started it all begins not in a modern lab or university lecture hall, but in the frozen silence of the Earth's forgotten past. Imagine this. Beneath the crushing weight of ice sheets that once covered continents, traces of something impossible are beginning to emerge. Artifacts, structures, and symbols that do not belong to the world we think we know. The idea alone challenges everything we have been taught about the dawn of civilization. Because if even one of these discoveries is real, it means the story of humanity is far older, far more complex, and far more extraordinary than history books will ever admit. For centuries, we've been told that civilization, real civilization, began around 6,000 years ago in Mesopotamia. That before Sumer, Egypt, and the Indus Valley, humanity was nothing more than scattered tribes of hunter-gatherers, simple people living close to nature, yet far from science, architecture, and technology. But what if that narrative is wrong? What if there was another chapter before the known beginning, a lost world erased by time, buried beneath ice, ocean, and denial? Across continents, researchers, explorers, and independent scientists have started to uncover evidence that doesn't fit the established timeline. Ruins that predate the Ice Age, sophisticated tools carved into ancient stone, and maps depicting the world as it was more than 10,000 years ago. These are not random coincidences. They are the fragments of civilization that lived, thrived, and was destroyed long before recorded history began. The silence surrounding these discoveries is deafening. Mainstream academia often dismisses them as anomalies or misinterpretations. Yet every decade, more clues emerge, pieces of a grand puzzle that hint at an age of knowledge before the flood, before the fall. From the sunken city near India's coast to the megaliths of Göbekli Tepe, from star alignments in prehistoric monuments to genetic anomalies in ancient human remains, everything points toward one haunting truth. We are not the first advanced humans to walk this earth. We are survivors of something forgotten. The story you are about to hear is not about fantasy or mythology. It is a journey through evidence, forbidden, controversial, and often suppressed. It will take us to places where the boundaries between history and legend blur into one. Archaeological finds that should not exist. Ancient maps showing continents that science insists were unknown. Oral traditions that echo with memories of fire, flood, and celestial disaster. As each layer of the Ice Age world is peeled back, we begin to see the outline of civilization that defies everything we know, one capable of global awareness, architectural mastery, and perhaps even technologies we still don't understand. This investigation is not merely about proving that a lost civilization existed. It is about confronting the fear of what that truth would mean. If we accept that humanity once reached a level of advancement before the Ice Age, we must also accept that it was wiped out, that the world we live in is the aftermath of a cataclysm, a reset of human progress. What kind of event could erase an entire civilization from memory? Was it a natural disaster, a cosmic strike, or something deeper, something tied to the very cycle of civilization itself? As we explore this mystery, we will face the uncomfortable reality that our ancestors may have known far more than we imagine about the stars, about energy, about the earth cycles. They may have left warnings carved into stone, encoded in myth, and buried beneath the very ruins we now rediscover. But to decode those warnings, we must first be willing to question everything, our science, our history, and even our identity as a species. The Ice Age may have buried their world in ice, but time cannot bury truth forever. The evidence is rising from the depths, one artifact, one ruin, one revelation at a time. What you are about to witness is the real awakening of a lost chapter of humanity, one that was erased from the pages of history, but not from a memory of the earth itself. Prepare to question everything you thought you knew about where we came from, and what might still be hidden beneath the ancient ice. Before the world was swallowed by the ice, there was a time almost erased from human memory, a forgotten epoch when the earth itself was different. Seas sat lower, coastlines stretched for miles beyond where they are today, and vast regions now buried beneath glaciers were fertile and alive. The pre-Ice Age world was not a barren wilderness as textbooks often suggest. It was a thriving planet with temperate climates, rich biodiversity, and perhaps intelligent life. The landscapes we know now, mountains, deserts, oceans, wore different faces and carved by forces we barely understand. Humanity, if it existed in recognizable form, lived not in caves or tribes, but in the shadow of a great civilization lost to time and catastrophe. Imagine vast plains stretching across what is now the frozen tundra of Siberia, or lush forests blanketing what became the Sahara Desert. Evidence suggests that before the ice gripped the northern hemisphere, many of these regions were green, fertile, and teeming with life. Megafauna roamed freely, mammoths, saber-toothed cats, and enormous bison, but they may not have been alone. Archaeologists have uncovered tools and hearths that predate the supposed birth of civilization by tens of thousands of years. Could these ancient people have been part of an advanced society wiped clean from the earth by a sudden, cataclysmic event? Scientists call this period the Late Pleistocene, spanning roughly from 129,000 to 11,700 years ago. It was an age of fluctuating temperatures, rapid sea level changes, and immense geological activity. Yet within that chaos, strange anomalies appear, remnants of advanced understanding, celestial alignments, ancient stone constructions, and artifact of craftsmanship too sophisticated for so-called primitive humans. In some places, there are cut stones weighing hundreds of tons, precisely fitted together without mortar. In others, there are astronomical carvings and star maps that seem to record events in the heavens tens of thousands of years ago. How could Ice Age hunter-gatherers possess such knowledge? The answer may lie in a forgotten era before the ice, a mother civilization that once flourished globally. We often picture the Ice Age as a frozen wasteland, but this is far from accurate. Before the Great Freeze, the world was transitioning from warm to cold, and within that transition, life thrived. Archaeological digs reveal human presence across regions that were once temperate. Coastal plains, now submerged under hundreds of feet of water, were once home to early settlements. Underwater archaeology has begun uncovering their secrets, from stone structures off the coast of Japan to submerged city-like formations near India and Cuba. These are not isolated coincidences. They form a pattern that hints at a global event that swallowed entire civilizations beneath rising seas. But if advanced humans did exist before the Ice Age, why is there so little evidence? The answer lies in time itself. The Ice Age was not just a freeze, it was a reset. Massive glaciation ground the Earth's surface like a colossal blade, erasing landscapes and pulverizing stone. Rising seas drowned coastal settlements, which would have been natural centers of human activity. Entire continents shifted under the weight of ice. The world that came before was literally crushed, drowned, and buried beneath miles of geological transformation. What remains today are fragments, whispers of a lost world speaking through ruins, myths, and anomalies. Even myths across ancient cultures describe a similar memory, a world destroyed by water and ice. The Mayans, the Egyptians, the Sumerians, and the indigenous tribes of North America all speak of the first people, the builders before flood, or those who fell when the sky changed. These are not random cultural coincidences. They are echoes of a shared trauma, a collective human memory of something that happened at the end of the last great age. Could this be the memory of the Ice Age catastrophe, passed down through generations as myth? This forgotten epic sits like a blank page in history, a gap between prehistory and civilization. It is where the answers to our greatest mysteries may hide. How did humans suddenly become capable of agriculture, architecture, and astronomy right after the Ice Age ended? How did they learn these skills so quickly? The conventional timeline says it took thousands of years of slow evolution. But what if those skills weren't learned at all? What if they were remembered? What if the survivors of a great cataclysm carried fragments of a vanished world's knowledge into dawn of recorded history? Scientists today are beginning to look again at the evidence with open eyes. Ancient DNA shows surprising complexity in populations thought to be isolated. Geological surveys reveal that some structures once thought to be natural formations may, in fact, be artificial, relics of unknown builders. Even modern climatology confirms that drastic, world-altering changes occurred at the end of Pleistocene, when vast ice sheets melted almost overnight, raising sea levels by hundreds of feet. The scale of destruction was unimaginable, and yet human civilization somehow emerged immediately afterward. That timing is no coincidence. The pre-Ice Age world was a stage upon which humanity's first act unfolded, a story now reduced to fragments scattered across time. But as more evidence comes to light, those fragments begin to fit together, forming a shadow of a civilization that once thrived in harmony with a planet we can barely recognize today. Before the ice, before the flood, before the fall, there was a time when mankind may have reached its first peak. The traces are faint, but they are real, and they whisper a truth long denied, that we were once far older, wiser, and more advanced than our history dares to remember. The forgotten epoch before the Ice Age is not just a chapter of lost history. It is a key to understanding who we are. If we can piece together what humanity achieved before the world froze, we may finally uncover not just the origins of civilization, but the reason it vanished. And perhaps, in that understanding, lies a warning, one that echoes across millennia, waiting for us to remember before the cycle begins again. Beneath the oceans lie secrets that rewrite everything we think we know about the human story. Across the planet, from Japan to the Caribbean, ancient ruins rest under hundreds of feet of water, silent, impossible, and ignored by mainstream archaeology. For centuries, the world's coastlines have shifted dramatically. When the last ice age ended around 11,700 years ago, sea levels rose more than 400 feet. If a civilization existed before that flood, its cities would now lie beneath the waves. And that is exactly where researchers are finding them. Vast stone structures, intricate layouts, and architectural designs that predate any known culture. These submerged ruins are not products of nature. They are the sunken footprints of a world that vanished. One of the most compelling examples lies off the coast of Yonaguni, Japan. Discovered in 1986 by a diver searching for hammerhead sharks, the Yonaguni Monument shocked scientists. Massive sandstone terraces rise from the seabed, shaped into geometric platforms, steps, and right angles that seem almost machine-cut. Columns, pathways, and carved features form what many describe as a submerged pyramid complex. The structure sits 90 feet below the surface, far deeper than any human construction from the supposed Stone Age should exist. If these formations were made by people, they must have been built when this land was still above water, at least 12,000 years ago. That date alone places it before the rise of agriculture, writing, or any known civilization. Some scholars claim erosion shaped Yonaguni naturally, but divers, engineers, and geologists who have studied the site see evidence of tool marks, walls, and design symmetry far too precise to be random. It is as if we are looking at the remains of a city swallowed whole when the seas rose at the end of the Ice Age. Halfway across the world, off the coast of India near the Gulf of Kambat, another sunken metropolis challenges belief. In the early 2000s, sonar scans revealed a massive grid-like formation spanning several miles. Divers retrieved artifacts, pottery shards, human bones, and wooden structures, carbon dated to nearly 9,500 years ago. The implications were staggering. This would make it older than any known city on Earth, older even than Mesopotamia. Mainstream archaeologists were quick to question the results, but independent studies confirmed that the Gulf sea level rose drastically at the end of the Ice Age, submerging what was once fertile coastal plains. The idea of a pre-Ice Age urban culture in India's ancient lands resonates with old myths. Tales from the Mahabharata and the Puranas speak of powerful cities destroyed by floods and cosmic upheavals. Could these stories be collective memories of a lost world that once thrived along the now-drowned coastlines of ancient India? Then there's the Bimini Road, a series of rectangular limestone blocks found in the Bahamas. First discovered in the 1960s, these stones stretch in a near-perfect linear pattern for hundreds of meters under shallow Caribbean waters. The blocks are massive, some weighing several tons, and arranged so precisely that many believe they form part of an ancient harbor, temple, or causeway. Critics have long dismissed Bimini as a natural formation, a geological quirk called beach rock fracturing. Yet its perfectly aligned segments, right-angled joins, and evidence of shaping suggest human intent. What makes Bimini even more mysterious is its location, exactly where psychic Edgar Cayce once predicted that remnants of Atlantis would rise from the sea. While skeptics scoff, the geological and mythological coincidences are hard to ignore. Further north, along the coast of Cuba, sonar scans have revealed entire submerged cityscapes resting more than 600 meters beneath the surface. The discovery, made by a team led by marine engineer Paulina Zalitsky, shows symmetrical pyramids, circular plazas, and rectilinear structures stretching for miles. The team suggested these formations were artificial, and likely belonged to a civilization that existed before the last major sea level rise. Yet despite initial excitement, research was quietly halted. Access to the site became restricted, funding disappeared, and data was withheld. Once again, the pattern of silence followed discovery. As if the deeper we look into our oceans, the more forbidden our history becomes. The question arises, if all these sites were indeed once cities, how many more lie hidden beneath the seas? During the Ice Age, coastlines were hundreds of kilometers farther out. Most of the fertile river deltas and lowlands, ideal for human settlement, are now underwater. That means nearly 90% of early human habitation zones are currently inaccessible to archaeology. We have only explored a fraction of our ocean floors, and yet what little we found already challenges the official timeline. Imagine what else might rest beneath the Atlantic, the Mediterranean, or the South China Sea, monuments that could connect the myths of Atlantis, Mu, and Lemuria with real, tangible evidence. Even more telling are the global patterns these ruins share. Despite their separation by thousands of miles, their architecture exhibits similar traits. Massive stone blocks, megalithic alignments, and advanced understanding of geometry and orientation. It's as if the same blueprint guided builders across continents before the Ice Age. The same obsession with celestial alignment, pointing to the stars, tracking solstices, and measuring time, appears repeatedly. How could isolated prehistoric groups have developed identical architectural principles unless they inherited them from a shared source? When one combines these discoveries with the timing of the last great melt, when glaciers collapsed and oceans swallowed coastal plains, the picture grows clearer. A great flood did occur. It was global, and it may have drowned not one city, but an entire epoch of civilization. The legend of Atlantis, the flood of Noah, the destruction of Dvarka, and the sinking of Lemuria, all may be fragments of the same ancient memory, passed down through survivors who watched their world vanish beneath rising waters. Modern science is only beginning to catch up with these revelations. Advanced sonar, satellite imaging, and submersible drones are uncovering new anomalies every year. Each new find adds another piece to a forgotten puzzle, one that suggests humanity's roots stretch far deeper than we dare to believe. The ruins beneath the waves are not accidents of geology. They are remnants of the first cities, built before the world froze and drowned. They stand as silent witnesses to an age of light that ended in darkness. What we see now is only the beginning. Beneath the oceans, the Earth keeps its oldest memories. And as technology allows us to peer deeper, we will find that the story of civilization did not begin on the banks of the Nile or the Euphrates. It began on lands now hidden under the endless blue, waiting for us to remember. It began with an old map, faded ink on aged parchment, drawn centuries before humans could supposedly know what lay beyond their horizons. In 1513, an Ottoman admiral named Piri Reis compiled a world map unlike anything the world had ever seen. It was a masterpiece of detail, showing the coast of South America, Africa, and even a part of Antarctica, a continent that, according to modern science, wasn't even discovered until 300 years later. But there was something even more disturbing. The section of Antarctica on the map was drawn without ice. It showed rivers, mountains, and valleys that are now buried beneath nearly 2 miles of frozen mass. This one detail has haunted historians, geologists, and researchers for decades, because the last time Antarctica was free of ice was over 12,000 years ago, long before any known civilization existed. So how did a 16th century cartographer possess such knowledge? Piri Reis himself left a note on the map explaining his sources. Older maps, copied from even older originals. Some said to date back to the time of Alexander, or earlier. He described them as ancient charts passed down from long-lost mariners who mapped the world long before it was known. If his words are true, then the Piri Reis map is not merely a Renaissance curiosity. It is a surviving fragment of an ancient global knowledge system, evidence of advanced geography that should not have existed in the ancient world. When the map was rediscovered in 1929 at Istanbul's Topkapi Palace, it shocked historians. American cartographers examined it closely, and in the 1950s, U.S. Air Force cartographer Captain Arlington Mallory made a discovery that changed everything. Using seismic data from modern Antarctic expeditions, He confirmed that the landmass beneath the ice matched the contours drawn on the Piri Reis map. In other words, whoever made the original map had somehow seen Antarctica's real coastline before it was frozen, a view only possible more than 10,000 years ago. To achieve that, the cartographers would have needed advanced instruments and knowledge of latitude, longitude, and spherical trigonometry, capabilities we only rediscovered in the last few centuries. How could this be? How could ancient people have mapped a continent beneath ice? The implications were staggering. Either the map was based on advanced pre-ice age knowledge, or it came from a civilization that had aerial or global navigation capabilities. Both possibilities defy the accepted timeline of human development. The very idea that prehistoric humans could sail across oceans, chart coastlines with mathematical accuracy, and preserve that data through millennia is something mainstream academia refuses to consider. Yet, the evidence lies in ink and parchment, undeniable and tangible. And Piri Reis's map was not alone. It was only one piece of a much larger mystery. Other ancient maps from the same era, the Orontius Phineas map of 1531, the Bloch map of 1737, and the Zeno map of the North Atlantic, all show Antarctica or other unknown lands drawn with similar accuracy long before explorers reached those regions. Each one appears to be derived from the same ancient source material. The consistency suggests that these were not imaginative guesses, but careful copies from far older originals. What kind of global mapping network could have produced them? Could have belonged to the very civilization that once thrived before the Ice Age's devastating floods? Consider this. Modern scientists only confirmed the true shape of Antarctica's subglacial terrain in the 20th century through sonar and satellite imaging. Yet, the Piri Reis map recorded it in 1513, likely copied from maps thousands of years older. The details are not vague. They are precise. The mountains, the coastal shapes, even the placement of rivers beneath the ice match what we now know to be accurate. If this is coincidence, it is an extraordinary one. But if it's not, then someone in our distant past had capabilities that rival or even surpass our own. Skeptics argue that these features were mistakes or artistic interpretations. But mistakes do not align perfectly with modern scientific data. Mistakes do not show geological formations hidden beneath ice layers that no one could have seen for tens of millennia. To dismiss it as coincidence is to ignore the clear message written across that ancient parchment. Humanity's story did not begin 6,000 years ago. The roots of civilization stretch back much further, to a time when explorers may have sailed from pole to pole, guided by knowledge now lost to history. The question is, who were these explorers? Some researchers believe they may have been the remnants of a seafaring civilization destroyed at the end of the last ice age. Others propose that the maps are the final echoes of a global knowledge system, passed down through Sumerians, Egyptians, Phoenicians, and Greeks, each inheriting fragments of wisdom from an earlier world. Ancient legends seem to support this. Nearly every culture speaks of those who came before, of teachers or gods who brought science, navigation, and astronomy to early humans. Could these figures have been survivors of that lost world, preserving their maps and their memory through the ages? There is also the question of how they achieved such accuracy. To map Antarctica correctly, they would have needed to understand the Earth as a sphere, measure latitudes, and calculate longitudes, tasks requiring advanced mathematics and instrumentation. The magnetic compass had not yet been invented in known history at that time. The concept of latitude was known to the Greeks, but longitude was unsolved even in the 18th century. Yet, whoever created these ancient charts solved it effortlessly. Could they have used celestial navigation techniques now lost to time, or perhaps technology we no longer understand? The map also carries a haunting implication. If they mapped the world when Antarctica was ice-free, that means they lived during a time when global temperatures were much warmer. Geological records confirm this period, around 12,000 to 15,000 years ago, just before the Younger Dryas, when the world experienced sudden, catastrophic cooling. If that civilization existed, it would have been destroyed by the same cataclysm that ended the Ice Age, leaving behind only fragments of its knowledge. The Piri Reis map, then, is not merely a record of geography. It is a relic of survival, a message from a world that perished beneath floods and fire. As historians debate, one truth remains. The Piri Reis map exists. It defies explanation, yet it is real, precise, and verifiable. It stands as silent testimony that someone long before us saw the world as it truly was, whole, connected, and alive. Its existence shatters the illusion of linear human progress. It whispers of ancient mariners who sailed before history, of astronomers who charted the heavens before recorded science, of architects who understood the Earth's true dimensions when others still lived in caves. The Pyre Reef's enigma is not just a question of cartography. It is the first breadcrumb in a trail that leads deep into humanity's forgotten past. It tells us that our ancestors were not ignorant primitives, but heirs to a knowledge older than memory itself, a knowledge that may have come from a lost civilization, one erased by the ice, but not entirely forgotten. Every coastline on that ancient map is a reminder. There was once a world before ours, mapped by hand that time tried to erase, but could never truly hide. For centuries, the story of Atlantis has drifted between legend and possibility, a tale dismissed by scholars, yet never forgotten by humanity. It is the archetype of every lost civilization myth, echoing through cultures and time alike. According to Plato, Atlantis was not just a city. It was an empire, powerful, advanced, and radiant, that met a sudden and catastrophic end. The ancient philosopher described it as lying beyond the Pillars of Heracles, which modern scholars interpret as the Strait of Gibraltar. Beyond those pillars, he said, existed an island larger than Libya and Asia combined, ruled by kings descended from the gods themselves. But in a single day and night of misfortune, Atlantis sank beneath the sea, swallowed by the wrath of the earth and the oceans. Plato's account, written in the Timaeus and Critias, is often dismissed as allegory, a moral tale about the dangers of pride and corruption. Yet, he was clear that his story came from older Egyptian sources, inscriptions and temple records passed down from priests who claimed to preserve the world's earliest memories. If that is true, then the myth of Atlantis predates Greece itself by thousands of years. It becomes not a parable, but a historical echo of an age before the ice, when civilizations may have flourished along coastlines now buried under hundreds of feet of water. The idea that Atlantis was real has haunted researchers and explorers for generations. From the Renaissance to the modern age, countless expeditions have sought its remains. Some point to the mid-Atlantic ridge, others to the Caribbean, the Azores, or the Mediterranean. Each location reveals fragments, underwater structures, unexplained formations, and artifacts out of place and time. Yet, the deeper we search, the more it becomes clear that Atlantis may not have been a single city, but a network, a symbol of a global civilization that once stretched across continents. The legend might have survived precisely because it represents something larger, the memory of humanity's first great fall. Geological evidence aligns eerily with Plato's timeline. Around 11,600 years ago, almost exactly when Plato dated Atlantis' destruction, Earth experienced a sudden climatic event known as the Younger Dryas. Ice sheets melted, sea levels rose catastrophically, and entire regions were flooded. For thousands of years before that, global temperatures had been stable, supporting thriving ecosystems and potentially advanced human societies. Then, in a geological instant, everything changed. Massive floods swept across continents, wiping out megafauna and erasing coastlines. What if Atlantis was simply one of the great civilizations destroyed in that deluge? Plato's day and night of destruction could have been a memory of this very catastrophe, passed down for generations until only the myth remained. Intriguingly, nearly every ancient culture has its own version of this story. The Sumerians spoke of Eridu and the flood of Ziusidra. The Maya told of cities that vanished when the gods unleashed fire and water. The Hopi people remember the destruction of previous worlds, each ending in flood or ice. The Egyptians recorded that their civilization was not the first, but one of many that rose and fell in cycles. Even the Bible's account of Noah's flood mirrors Plato's tale in striking detail. These stories are separated by oceans and millennia, yet all share the same essence, the memory of a world-ending event. Could these be the fading recollections of the same disaster that destroyed Atlantis and reshaped the Earth? Modern discoveries lend surprising credibility to these myths. Underwater ruins off the coast of Japan, India, and the Bahamas, as explored earlier, suggest that advanced settlements existed before the Great Floods. The architectural similarities among these sites, massive stone blocks, advanced construction techniques, and celestial alignments, echo Plato's descriptions of Atlantis' temples and its obsession with the stars. The city, he wrote, was built with concentric rings of land and sea, its central temple gleaming with orichalcum, a mysterious metal said to glow like fire. While this detail has long been viewed as fantasy, archaeologists have found traces of rare copper-zinc alloys in ancient Mediterranean sites that match Plato's description. Even more striking are ancient maps that depict land masses in the Atlantic that no longer exist, land that could have once been the Atlantean Empire. Some researchers believe the Azores Plateau, a series of volcanic islands on the mid-Atlantic ridge, fits Plato's account perfectly. The region sits exactly beyond the Pillars of Heracles, and geological studies reveal that parts that have sunk and risen multiple times due to tectonic activity. Submerged terraces, basalt walls, and unusual formations hint at human presence long before written history. Others point to the Caribbean and the Yucatan Peninsula, where ancient structures like those at Bimini, Cuba, and even Central America may represent surviving fragments of the Atlantean network. In fact, if Atlantis truly was a civilization spanning both sides of the Atlantic, its legacy could explain the sudden rise of advanced cultures in Egypt and the Americas soon after the Ice Age ended, survivors rebuilding from the ashes of global collapse. Mainstream archaeology remains skeptical, insisting that Plato's Atlantis was a parable. Yet his description of the event's timing aligns with real geological upheavals, and his claim that the island empire once ruled over Libya as far as Egypt and over Europe as far as Tyrrhenia suggests a scale of civilization that predates known history. More importantly, he was not the only ancient source to speak of such a world. Egyptian priests refer to earlier dynasties destroyed by floods. Mesopotamian tablets describe similar events, and Mayan codices tell of shining cities lost beneath the sea. The consistency of these accounts across the globe cannot be ignored. If Atlantis truly existed, it would have represented the height of human achievement in the pre-Ice Age world, a civilization advanced in architecture, navigation, and perhaps even energy or technology. It may have possessed knowledge of the Earth's magnetic fields, celestial cycles, and even the power of sound and resonance, concepts that appear symbolically in ancient temples worldwide. The catastrophe that destroyed it could have been triggered by a comet impact, as the Younger Dryas hypothesis suggests, or by internal collapse, a war, a natural disaster, or misuse of power. Plato himself warned that the Atlanteans grew arrogant, that they sought to dominate the world, and that divine forces punished them for their hubris. Whether metaphor or memory, that lesson feels eerily timeless. Yet perhaps the most haunting idea is that Atlantis never fully disappeared. Its survivors, scattered across the globe, may have carried fragments of their knowledge to distant lands. From them arose the first dynasties of Egypt, the astronomer priests of Sumer, and the builders of megalithic temples across the world. The sudden emergence of agriculture, mathematics, and astronomy after the Ice Age, as if inherited, not invented, may be the echoes of that lost civilization's influence. They were the keepers of memory, preserving in myth what they could no longer rebuild. Atlantis may not be a single city waiting to be found. It may be an epic, the golden age before the fall. It represents a memory of a world that once was erased by the elements but never by the human spirit. Whether buried beneath the Atlantic or hidden in the depths of Antarctica's ice, its story endures because it speaks to something within us. The ancient longing to remember where we came from, and the fear of what happens when we forget. And perhaps that is why the legend of Atlantis refuses to die. It is not just a story of loss. It is a mirror, reflecting a truth we have yet to face. That civilizations rise and fall in cycles, and we, too, may be standing at the edge of our own forgotten age. High on the arid plains of southeastern Turkey, buried beneath layers of soil and time, lies a discovery that has forced historians to rewrite everything they thought they knew about civilization. It is called Göbekli Tepe, and it is not merely an archaeological site. It is a time bomb, a message carved in stone from a world that was never supposed to exist. For decades, textbooks have told us that civilization began with agriculture, that humans first learned to farm, then built cities, then invented religion and art. But Göbekli Tepe flips that order upside down. Here, in this desolate land, We find monumental temples built by hunter-gatherers thousands of years before writing, metalworking, or farming were even thought to exist. Discovered in 1994 by German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt, Göbekli Tepe is estimated to be at least 12,000 years old, older than Stonehenge by 7,000 years, and older than Egyptian pyramids by more than 6,000. That date places its construction near the end of the last ice age, during a time when mainstream history claims humans were still primitive nomads. Yet, what rises from the soil at Göbekli Tepe is anything but primitive. Massive T-shaped limestone pillars, some weighing more than 20 tons, stand arranged in perfect circular enclosures. Many are intricately carved with bas-reliefs of animals: foxes, scorpions, vultures, snakes, symbols that may have encoded astronomical or spiritual meanings. These carvings show not just artistic skill, but deep cultural sophistication. Whoever built Göbekli Tepe possessed mathematics, engineering, and cosmological understanding that should not have existed in 10,000 BCE. The true shock came when radiocarbon dating confirmed its age. Before its discovery, archaeologists believed that temple construction and organized religion began around 4000 BCE, after the rise of farming societies in Mesopotamia. But Göbekli Tepe was built before agriculture, before villages, before pottery, before even the wheel. This means the people who constructed it were not farmers or city builders. They were nomadic hunter-gatherers, supposedly without the means or motivation to build such monumental structures. So, how did they do it? How did they quarry, transport, and erect stones weighing as much as a small bus, with no metal tools, no domesticated animals, and no apparent infrastructure? The mainstream answer is simple but unsatisfying. They must have organized temporary labor forces and learned through trial and error. Yet, the precision of Göbekli Tepe's design tells another story. Each pillar was deliberately positioned, forming perfect circles aligned with astronomical markers. Studies suggest that the site's layout corresponds to the stars of Orion and the constellation of Leo as they appear around 10,950 BC, exactly the time when the Younger Dryas, the post-Ice Age cataclysm, began. Could Göbekli Tepe have been more than a temple? Could have been a memorial, a reconstruction of knowledge preserved by survivors of that great catastrophe? What makes the mystery deeper is that Göbekli Tepe was not a small sanctuary. Beneath the main excavation, ground-penetrating radar has revealed dozens more enclosures still buried under the earth, covering an area of more than 20 acres. It is the world's first known temple complex, built at a time when humanity was supposedly incapable of large-scale cooperation. Its builders seem to possess organization, purpose, and technology far beyond what archaeology allows for that era. Even stranger, around 8000 BCE, the people who built Göbekli Tepe deliberately buried it under tons of soil. The site was intentionally entombed, as if to preserve it for future or to hide it. That act of burial was not destruction. It was preservation. They wanted the stones to survive, long after their civilization vanished. But who were these mysterious builders? No human remains have been found at Göbekli Tepe. No homes, no graves, no signs of permanent habitation. It was not a village or a city. It was something different, a sacred site, a meeting ground, or perhaps an observatory. Some researchers believe it was built by a group that predated known societies, a cultural remnant of an older civilization that survived the Ice Age floods. These were the so-called magicians of the dawn, a term used by ancient myth to describe the bringers of knowledge who appeared suddenly after the cataclysm to rebuild humanity. The Sumerians called them the Anunnaki, the Egyptians remembered them as the Neteru, and other cultures simply called them the gods. Were these beings literal deities or survivors from a lost world, carrying the last fragments of their science into a darkened age? Recent studies at the site have uncovered carvings that may represent astronomical events. Specifically, a comet strike that coincides with the onset of the Younger Dryas. On one pillar, known as the Vulture Stone, symbols seem to depict a series of falling objects from the sky, animals associated with constellations, and a headless human figure, possibly symbolizing mass death. Researchers at the University of Edinburgh concluded that this carving may indeed record a catastrophic comet impact around 10,950 BC. The same event theorized to have triggered the Great Flood myths and the sudden cooling that ended the Ice Age. If true, Göbekli Tepe is not only the world's first temple, it is also the world's first historical record of a global disaster. The level of engineering precision at Göbekli Tepe also raises questions about the builder's capabilities. Each pillar was shaped with remarkable accuracy using primitive flint tools, yet the surfaces are smooth and symmetrical, suggesting techniques beyond simple stone pounding. The carvings are deeply etched and stylized, showing not experimentation but artistic mastery. The builders understood balance, proportion, and acoustics. The site stones even resonate when struck, as if the structure was designed to channel sound or vibration. Some researchers believe Göbekli Tepe may have functioned as a sonic or energetic hub, aligning with the Earth's magnetic fields or celestial rhythms. Mainstream archaeology continues to treat the site as an anomaly, a spark of genius that appeared out of nowhere. But anomalies don't disappear. They are remnants of something greater. Göbekli Tepe stands as evidence of inherited knowledge, the kind that does not emerge gradually, but is carried through survival. Its sudden appearance and sophistication mirror what we would expect from a culture rebuilding after catastrophe, preserving what little they remembered of their lost world. And then there is the most haunting question of all: why was it buried? Some believe the builders hid it to protect it from invaders or environmental change. Others think they buried out of reverence, a ritual act marking the end of an age. But there's another possibility, that they buried it because they knew the world was changing again. The Ice Age had ended. Floods and fires had reshaped continents. The knowledge of the old world had to be sealed away until the time was right for rediscovery. And that time, it seems, is now. Göbekli Tepe is more than an archaeological site. It is a message from humanity's forgotten ancestors. It stands in defiance of everything we assume about human progress, whispering that there was once a time when we knew more than we think, when we reach higher than we remember. Its stones are not the beginning of civilization. They are the surviving heartbeat of one that came before. As the dust of ages lifts and sunlight once again touches those ancient carvings, we are left with realization as profound as it is unsettling. Civilization did not start in Mesopotamia. It began thousands of years earlier, with hands that carved stone under a sky darkened by catastrophe. Göbekli Tepe is the proof that we are not the first. Only the latest arise from the ruins of a forgotten world. Who were the architects of Göbekli Tepe? That is a question that haunts every archaeologist who stands before those towering stone pillars. The site defies the logic of its supposed time. 12,000 years ago, humanity was meant to be little more than a collection of wandering tribes, moving with the seasons, surviving by hunting and gathering. And yet, here in the Turkish highlands, someone or something organized hundreds of people to carve, transport, and raise 20-ton monoliths with geometric precision. Someone designed a structure aligned to the stars, carved with symbols and animals that seemed to encode stories, constellations, and cosmic events. Whoever they were not primitive. They were builders before history, the forgotten architects of a civilization erased from time. The mainstream explanation insists that these were simply hunter-gatherers who got lucky, a small group that suddenly, without precedent, developed engineering, artistry, and astronomical knowledge. But history doesn't work like that. Knowledge builds upon knowledge. To leap from primitive survival to monumental architecture overnight defies every model of human progress. No other site from this period shows such sophistication. Göbekli Tepe appears as if it emerged fully formed, with design principles that had already matured through generations of understanding. It was not an experiment. It was a memory, a recreation of something its builders already knew. Archaeologists have identified several layers of construction at Göbekli Tepe, each older than the last. The deeper the excavation, the larger and more advanced the stones become. Normally, human architecture evolves in the opposite direction, from crude to refined. But here it's reversed. The earliest levels show the greatest skill. As time went on, the structures became smaller and simpler, as if the knowledge of the builders was fading. This decline hints at something profound, that the first builders of Göbekli Tepe inherited their techniques from an earlier, greater culture, one that had survived a global disaster and was slowly vanishing. Klaus Schmidt himself noted that the builders seemed to appear out of nowhere. There were no smaller temples or earlier experiments nearby. The people who carved Göbekli Tepe arrived with knowledge already intact, a fully developed blueprint. But where did that knowledge come from? Some researchers suggest it was passed down orally through generations of survivors from the pre-Ice Age world. Others go further, proposing that the knowledge came from outside, from beings or travelers who reintroduced the lost sciences to humanity after the cataclysm. Whether we interpret them as ancient teachers, refugees, or mythic gods, nearly every ancient culture remembers such figures, the bearers of light who rebuilt civilization after flood. The Sumerians spoke of the Anunnaki, those who from heaven came down, who gave mankind wisdom and law. The Egyptians revered Thoth, the god of writing and architecture, said to have restored order after the Great Flood. The Greeks told of Prometheus, who brought fire, the symbol of knowledge, to humankind. The Andean legends speak of Viracocha, the white-bearded teacher, who appeared after the world was drowned. And across the oceans, the Maya and Aztec myths tell of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent who taught humanity agriculture, astronomy, and art before vanishing into the east. The similarities are uncanny. These stories span continents, yet they tell the same tale of mysterious builders who came after destruction, carrying the spark of lost knowledge. If we strip away the mythological layers, what remains could be a record of real people, survivors of a pre-Ice Age civilization who spread across the world, rebuilding fragments of what was lost. Göbekli Tepe may have been their first monument, not the beginning of civilization, but its rebirth. The carvings of animals and celestial symbols could be the remnants of an ancient language, one used to preserve information in symbolic form. Some researchers believe the animal motifs correspond to constellations and astronomical cycles, encoding the sky as it appeared over 12,000 years ago. If so, then the builders of Göbekli Tepe were tracking the precession of the equinoxes, a complex astronomical phenomenon requiring generations of observation and precise measurement. This level of awareness implies not just intelligence, but a continuity of knowledge that survived extinction. The site's engineering also suggests coordination and design principles we don't associate with Stone Age societies. Each enclosure follows geometric ratios, with central pillars acting as focal points. The stones are positioned in alignment with sunrise and sunset at specific times of the year, marking solstices and equinoxes. This design could only have been achieved through long-term observation of the heavens. Yet, these same alignments appear in later civilizations, in Egypt's pyramids, in Stonehenge, and in Mayan temples. It's as though these ancient builders shared a single architectural philosophy, one that began long before any of them were supposed to exist. But if Göbekli Tepe represents a memory of that lost age, why are there no signs of tools, writing, or metallurgy? The answer may lie in the nature of survival. After the cataclysm that ended the Ice Age, the floods, the fires, the collapse of ecosystems, humanity was forced to start over. The survivors retained fragments of their knowledge but lacked the materials and infrastructure to rebuild their old world. They reverted to simplicity, working with stone because stone endures. Their technology, if it existed, may have relied on organic materials, wood, fiber, or composites, long since decayed. What we see at Göbekli Tepe could be the last visible trace of a much older, invisible legacy. It is also possible that the builders viewed Göbekli Tepe not as a home, but as a sacred reconstruction, a symbolic remembrance of their fallen ancestors. To them, each stone might have represented the pillars of the lost world, the heavens that once guided them, and the gods who fell silent after the flood. In that sense, the site is not just architecture. It is grief made eternal. The decision to bury it thousands of years later could have been part of this ritual of remembrance. Perhaps they entombed it because it no longer belonged to the world that was emerging. A new era of agriculture and domestication was beginning, and the age of the builders before history was ending. The similarities between Göbekli Tepe and later sacred architecture cannot be ignored. From the twin pillars of Egyptian temples to the circular layouts of Neolithic sites across Europe, echoes of Göbekli Tepe's design appear everywhere. It is as though this one site became the template for the future, a seed of sacred geometry that spread across continents through migration and myth. The builders before history were not a lost tribe. They were the teachers of the world that came after. As we piece together their legacy, we begin to see the shape of something extraordinary, a network of ancient knowledge that once spanned the globe, rooted in a shared understanding of the cosmos and humanity's place within it. They were the architects of memory, encoding wisdom in stone, because they knew time would erase all else. Their story is written not in words, but in alignments, proportions, and symbols. And now, 12,000 years later, we are finally beginning to read it again. The builders before history may be long gone, their names forgotten, their cities drowned, but their message endures in the silent stones of Göbekli Tepe. That civilization is not a straight line, but a cycle. We rise, we fall, and we rise again, guided by the ghosts of those who came before. And in those carved pillars, still standing against the winds of Anatolia, the echoes of that lost world continue to whisper, "We were here before you, and we will be here again." Deep within the darkness of ancient caves, long before recorded history, humanity left behind a legacy that still defies comprehension. Across Europe, Africa, and Asia, hidden beneath layers of rock and time, are paintings and carvings that speak of a consciousness far older and more complex than we ever imagined. These are not mere decorations or primitive doodles. They are windows into the minds of people who lived tens of thousands of years before the first cities, before writing, and perhaps before the great cataclysms that reshaped the earth. The Ice Age artists painted not just what they saw, but what they believed, and within their mysterious symbols, we may find the fingerprints of forgotten civilization. The caves of Lascaux in France, discovered in 1940, remain one of the most famous examples of Ice Age art. Their walls are covered in breathtaking depictions of bulls, deer, horses, and strange geometric patterns that shimmer with life even after 17 millennia. The level of detail and motion in these paintings rivals the work of Renaissance artists. The shading, the depth, the anatomical accuracy all point to a sophisticated understanding of perspective. But there is something else, something uncanny about these works. The animals are not merely drawn for beauty or ritual. They seem to form a language, a code, perhaps a story told through symbols instead of words. Some researchers believe that these patterns correspond to constellations, that the bulls of Lascaux represent Taurus, and that the arrangement of dots and lines records a night sky as it appeared nearly 17,000 years ago. If that is true, then these Ice Age people were not just artists, they were astronomers. Even more mysterious are the caves of Chauvet, also in France, which date back nearly 36,000 years. The paintings here show lions hunting, rhinoceroses clashing, and owls staring from the shadows. Creatures render with emotion and motion, as though the artists were trying to capture more than just their forms. Some scholars have noted that the arrangement of animals follows repeating mathematical ratios, as if the painters were consciously using geometry. This sense of order, of deliberate symmetry, hints at a mindset that saw the world as patterned and interconnected, a worldview that modern humans only began to rediscover in the last few centuries. The people who painted Chauvet were not savages. They were thinkers, observers, scientists of a kind we no longer recognize. Across the world, the same story repeats. In Spain's Altamira cave, prehistoric artists created murals so vivid that early archaeologists refused to believe they were real. In Africa's Apollo 11 cave, figures of half-human, half-animal beings suggest a belief in transformation or higher consciousness. In Australia's Kimberley region, the Wandjina paintings depict glowing, humanoid forms with large, dark eyes and halos, being so alien-looking that many indigenous elders call them sky spirits. The symbolism is eerily consistent across continents separated by oceans. Everywhere, these Ice Age artists painted animals, stars, and hybrid beings, messengers between worlds. How did people living thousands of miles apart share the same imagery? Were they connected by memory, by myth, or by forgotten cultural inheritance from a civilization that existed before the Ice Age? Modern science tells us that symbolic thinking, the ability to represent ideas through images, was the spark that separated early humans from animals. But what if that spark was not evolution, but inheritance? What if the knowledge to paint the cosmos on stone walls came from an older world, one that had already mastered such expression? Many of the cave sites align with astronomical events, solstices, equinoxes, and lunar cycles. Some even have acoustic properties, echoes that amplify sound in specific chambers, suggesting that rituals or chants were performed there. These were not random creations. They were designed, Whoever painted these images understood not only art, but the relationship between sound, light, and the human spirit. They were building something sacred, an experience meant to connect the physical and the cosmic. Among the most intriguing clues are the abstract signs found throughout Ice Age caves. Zigzags, spirals, triangles, and hand stencils arranged in deliberate sequences appear again and again, from France to Indonesia. Linguists studying these markings have proposed that they represent an early form of proto-writing, a symbolic system that predates the oldest known scripts by tens of thousands of years. If true, this would mean that the first attempt at written communication began long before agriculture, long before civilization, even before the Ice Age ended. It raises a chilling possibility that the idea of writing did not emerge spontaneously in Sumer or Egypt, but was remembered, a faint echo of a much older language, lost when the world froze. In Indonesia's Sulawesi caves, paintings dating back 45,000 years depict wild pigs and mysterious handprints. In Argentina's Cueva de las Manos, an entire wall of negative hand stencils, hundreds of them, stretches across the rock face like a roll call of forgotten souls. The repetition of this motif across continents suggests something universal, something symbolic. The hand, pressed against stone, may have been more than an act of self-expression. It may have been a declaration of existence. We were here. Or perhaps it was a spiritual act, a way to leave a mark for eternity, to transcend mortality through connection with the earth itself. Some researchers believe these stencils mark initiation rituals or clan symbols. Others think they may represent genetic memory, an inherited instinct to reach across time. But in the context of forbidden archaeology, these handprints might belong to people who were more than what we think they were, descendants of an advanced culture trying to preserve their identity as their world disintegrated into ice and chaos. It is also important to recognize what these ancient symbols tell us about human consciousness. The level of abstraction in Ice Age art implies not just intelligence, but reflection. The painters were not merely copying nature. They were interpreting it, embedding meaning in every stroke. They understood that reality was layered, physical, spiritual, celestial. This worldview would later resurface in mythologies of Egypt, Sumer, and Mesoamerica, where gods and constellations intertwined in a seamless dance. The same serpent motifs, solar symbols, and fertility figures that appear in prehistoric art reemerged thousands of years later in the first known religions. This continuity across time suggests an unbroken thread, a lineage of knowledge stretching back before the Ice Age, carried through memory and ritual until it became myth. Skeptics claim that it is coincidence, that humans everywhere simply developed similar ideas. But coincidence cannot explain the shared precision of astronomical and mathematical symbolism, or the identical shapes appearing in caves separated by oceans. It is as if a single template of sacred imagery was imprinted on a human mind long ago, by a source powerful enough to influence the entire planet. Was that source natural evolution, divine intervention, or the remnants of an ancient civilization? The answer remains buried, both in stone and in ourselves. Perhaps the most haunting thought is that these ancient artists knew what was coming. Some cave paintings show scenes of fiery skies, falling objects, or massive floods, imagery that some interpret as memories of cosmic catastrophe. Could these be the world's first disaster records, the earliest attempts to warn the future of what had already been lost? The animals and symbols then would not just be expressions of life, but monuments of survival. The artists painted to remember, and in doing so, left a message for those who would come after the ice melted. The Ice Age cave art is not merely the beginning of human creativity. It is the echo of a vanished mind. It reveals that even in humanity's so-called primitive past, there was intelligence, intention, and a sense of cosmic connection. The artists who painted in darkness may have been the last torchbearers of a world we have forgotten, preserving through pigment and stone what words could not. Every handprint, every animal, every symbol is a whisper from that world, a voice from the deep past telling us that long before we built cities or wrote history, we already knew who we were and what we had lost. Around 12,800 years ago, the world changed in an instant. It was the end of an age of warmth, abundance, and stability, and the beginning of something cold, violent, and catastrophic. Scientists call it the Younger Dryas event, but ancient myths called it by other names: the Great Flood, The day the sky fell, the long winter. It was a defining moment when nature herself pressed the reset button on Earth's history. Vast ice sheets melted, oceans surged, temperatures plummeted, and ecosystems collapsed. In the chaos, entire species disappeared, and possibly an advanced civilization along with them. This was not a gradual decline. It was an apocalypse written in fire and ice. Before the Younger Dryas, the planet was emerging from the deep freeze of the last ice age. For thousands of years, temperatures had been rising steadily. The massive Laurentide and Fennoscandian ice sheets, which had once blanketed North America and northern Europe, were retreating, releasing rivers and lakes across the continents. The Earth seemed poised to enter a new golden age of warmth and fertility. But then, suddenly, everything reversed. Temperatures plummeted by as much as 10 degrees Celsius in less than a decade. It was as if someone had flipped a cosmic switch. Ice returned, storms raged, and the planet was thrown back into near glacial conditions that lasted for more than 1,000 years. No one knows exactly why, but the clues suggest a cataclysm far beyond the ordinary forces of climate. The effects were global. In North America, the megafauna, mammoths, mastodons, saber-toothed cats, and giant sloths vanished almost overnight. In Europe, ancient forests died, giving way to barren tundra. Human populations collapsed and migrated, abandoning settlements and hunting grounds. Floods of unimaginable scale ripped across continents as melting ice dams burst. The Missoula floods in North America carved canyons hundreds of miles long in mere days. In the Middle East, shifting rainfall patterns turned green plains into deserts. In South America, entire ecosystems drowned under rising seas. It was chaos on a planetary scale, and yet, amid this destruction, scattered traces of human survival remained, whispering that someone had lived through the storm. The mystery of what caused the Younger Dryas has obsessed scientists for decades. Some claim it was a sudden influx of fresh water from melting glaciers disrupting ocean currents, shutting down the Atlantic's warm flow. Others propose massive volcanic eruptions. But another theory, one that bridges science and myth, is far more explosive. It is the comet impact hypothesis, suggesting that fragments of a disintegrating comet struck Earth around 12,800 years ago. The evidence for this is mounting. Layers of carbon-rich sediment, known as a black mat, found across multiple continents, contain microscopic diamonds, melt glass, and high concentrations of iridium, materials formed only under extreme heat and pressure, like during a cosmic impact. These layers date precisely to the start of the Younger Dryas. If a comet or asteroid indeed struck the Earth, it could explain the sudden climate reversal, the wildfires that swept across continents, and the extinction of so many species. It would also perfectly match ancient accounts. Stories of fire from the sky, of floods and darkness, of civilizations destroyed in a single night. Cultures separated by oceans told eerily similar tales. The Egyptians spoke of a great flame that fell from heaven, followed by floods. Native American legends described the sky serpent that shattered the world. The Aztecs remembered the Son of Fire, which ended the Fourth Age. Plato's description of Atlantis' destruction, in a single day and night of misfortune, fits the pattern precisely. Myth and science, it seems, are describing the same event from different perspectives. If a global civilization did exist before this cataclysm, the Younger Dryas would have been its end. Rising sea levels, more than 400 feet higher over the next few millennia, would have drowned coastal cities, erasing ports, temples, and farmland beneath the ocean. Earthquakes and volcanic activity triggered by the impact would have reduced entire regions to ruins. Survivors would have fled inland, carrying fragments of their culture, their stories, and their knowledge into mountains and deserts. Over generations, those memories would transform into myth, the gods, the floods, the wars of heaven, until only the stones remembered the truth. Archaeological sites like Göbekli Tepe and underwater ruins near India's coast seem to rise from the same timeline. Monuments built soon after the Younger Dryas, as the survivors were trying to rebuild civilization from scratch. The sudden appearance of organized religion, monumental architecture, and agriculture shortly after this event is too coincidental to ignore. It is as if humanity awoke from the ashes of a cataclysm with memories of what had been lost, fragments of science and art preserved in ritual and myth. Even the oldest known star maps and calendars, some dating to this period, show awareness of precession and celestial cycles that would have required thousands of years of continuous observation. Could this knowledge have been inherited from the pre-cataclysmic world? Evidence of the Younger Dryas disaster can still be found across the globe. In Greenland, ice cores reveal a sharp spike in platinum and soot at the same layer, markers of a cosmic event. In North America, the Carolina Bays, thousands of elliptical depressions scattered across the East Coast, align in the same direction, suggesting impact fragments. Across Europe and Asia, the same black mat layer tells the same story, a world burned and flooded. Even human artifacts from this period show a sudden break. Tools, art, and settlement patterns vanish, replaced centuries later by new forms. It is as if an entire chapter of human innovation was erased. And yet, something survived. Genetic studies show that around this time, humanity went through what scientists call a bottleneck, a drastic reduction in population followed by a sudden expansion. This fits the story perfectly, a catastrophe wiping out most of humanity, leaving only scattered survivors to repopulate the world. Those survivors became the founders of the post-Ice Age civilizations. The Sumerians, the Egyptians, the Mayans. Their myths remember the floods because their ancestors lived through them. Their gods are echoes of those who taught them how to begin again. The Younger Dryas was not just a climatic event. It was a civilizational reset. It reminds us how fragile human progress truly is. Everything we build, every monument and city, can be wiped away in a single cosmic heartbeat. And yet, within that fragility lies resilience. The very fact that humanity survived such devastation, that we rose again, built temples, mapped the stars, and asked questions about our own origins, speaks to something deeper, something ancient within us. Perhaps it is memory. Perhaps it is destiny. When we look at the layers of ash, the scorched stones, and the melted glass that mark the end of that age, we are not just seeing destruction. We are seeing a message, written not in words, but in the scars of the earth itself. The Younger Dryas event was the Great Reset, the dividing line between the world that was and the world that is. It took away everything, but it left behind one thing that endured, the will to remember. And perhaps that is why, even after 12,000 years, we are still haunted by the whispers of a lost civilization, because deep down in our collective memory, we know we have lived through this before. The story of the Younger Dryas cataclysm would be incomplete without confronting the theory that may explain how it all began, the comet hypothesis. It is one of the most controversial, yet one of the most compelling scientific narratives ever proposed. It suggests that around 12,800 years ago, Earth was struck, not by a single massive asteroid like the one that wiped out the dinosaurs, but by a fragmented comet that unleashed a chain reaction of destruction across the planet. This event, according to geologists, astronomers, and independent researchers, was a spark that plunged the world into the thousand-year nightmare known as the Younger Dryas. But beyond the science lies something even more profound, the possibility that this cosmic disaster destroyed a global civilization that once thrived before the Ice Age ended. The theory first gained serious attention in 2007 when a team of researchers known as the Comet Research Group published evidence of a global layer of destruction, a mysterious black sediment found across multiple continents. This layer, which archaeologists call the black mat, contains high levels of microscopic diamonds, magnetic spherules, nanodust, and iridium, materials that form only under the intense heat and pressure of an extraterrestrial impact. The same layer also contains massive amounts of soot and carbon, evidence of continent-spanning wildfires. Radiocarbon dating places it precisely at 12,800 years ago, marking the exact onset of the Younger Dryas, something that struck the Earth, or exploded above it, releasing more energy than every nuclear weapon ever detonated combined. The location of this impact remains uncertain, but the clues are spread worldwide. In North America, the evidence is overwhelming. Across the Great Lakes region, massive scoured landscapes known as the Carolina Bays align in the same direction, as though shaped by secondary fragments striking at high velocity. In Greenland, scientists have identified the Hiawatha crater, a 31-kilometer wide depression hidden beneath nearly a kilometer of ice. Radar imaging shows shocked quartz and deformed rock, hallmarks of a massive impact. The age of the crater, matches the Younger Dryas almost exactly. If this was a comet's point of impact, it would explain the sudden melting of ice sheets, the global floods, and the ensuing thousand-year deep freeze. To understand the scale of what happened, imagine a comet fragment roughly a mile wide slamming into the ice cap at tens of thousands of miles per hour. The energy release would have instantly vaporized trillions of tons of ice, sending superheated steam and debris into the atmosphere. This would have blocked sunlight, triggered intense cold, and set off a cascade of climate chaos. Meanwhile, the heat and shock waves would have ignited forests across continents, filling the sky with carbon and dust. Rain would have turned acidic, ecosystems collapsed, and the Earth's magnetic field may even have fluctuated from the impact's force. In a matter of days, the global environment shifted violently, wiping out entire species, and if the forbidden archaeology theories are correct, entire civilizations. The idea of a comet-induced apocalypse might sound like science fiction, but the geological evidence continues to grow. Melt glass fragments, which can only form at temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees Celsius, have been found in sites across North America, Europe, and the Middle East. These are not volcanic in origin. They are the result of intense, instantaneous heating, the kind only produced by cosmic impact or atmospheric explosion. In South America, researchers have identified similar layers of microscopic debris, suggesting the event was global, not regional. Even in the Fertile Crescent, the cradle of later civilization, charred layers dating to the same period suggest widespread destruction and abandonment. What makes the comet hypothesis especially fascinating is how it aligns with ancient myth. Cultures across the world describe fire raining from the heavens, stars falling to earth, and a great flood that followed. The Aztec and Mayan codices refer to the Son of Fire, the age destroyed when the sky itself fell. The Egyptian Book of the Dead speaks of a serpent of flame crossing the heavens before chaos swept the earth. The Bible's flood narrative begins with signs in the heavens, the opening of the windows of the firmament. In the Vedic texts of India, the god Indra wields a thunderbolt weapon that destroys cities with fire from the sky. These stories, scattered across continents and epics, all preserve fragments of memories so old that it predates written history. What if those stories were eyewitness accounts, passed down through generations of survivors trying to describe the indescribable? Mainstream scientists resisted the comet hypothesis for years, arguing that evidence was inconclusive or inconsistent. But every decade brings new discoveries. The black layer appears in more than 50 archaeological sites worldwide. It coincides precisely with mass extinctions, the collapse of ecosystems, and the abrupt end of the Ice Age warming period. Even the sudden disappearance of Clovis culture in North America, once thought to be a mystery, fits perfectly with the impact timeline. It's as if the entire world reset itself in the aftermath. And right after that reset, we see something else equally strange: the rapid rise of advanced human settlements and monumental architecture. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey appears almost immediately after the Younger Dryas' impact, as the survivors were rebuilding what they had lost. Coincidence? Or evidence of a global recovery from cosmic destruction? The physics of such an event are staggering. Astronomers estimate that a comet fragment 1 kilometer wide could unleash energy equivalent to hundreds of millions of Hiroshima bombs. If it exploded in the atmosphere, as the smaller Tunguska object did over Siberia in 1908, it would flatten everything within hundreds of miles. But the Younger Dryas event appears to have involved multiple fragments striking different locations, creating widespread devastation. The shock waves alone could have triggered earthquakes and volcanic eruptions worldwide, adding to the chaos. Within weeks, the planet's climate had shifted into what some scientists call a nuclear winter. Yet amid the destruction, some survived. Geological and archaeological records show small human populations persisting in refuges, mountain caves, coastal plains, and river valleys, from which they slowly emerged once the climate stabilized. These survivors became the seed of modern humanity's resurgence. The legends of the first people, the gods who came from the sea, and the teachers of civilization may all trace back to them. They carried the memory of the comet, the fire from heaven, and passed it down through sacred stories that became religion, myth, and prophecy. Even now, the idea of celestial catastrophe remains etched in our collective psyche. It appears in ancient prophecies, astrological traditions, and even our instinctive fear of falling stars. Perhaps deep down, humanity remembers. The scars of that event still mark the Earth. The craters beneath ice, the melted glass scattered across deserts, the mysterious layers of soot buried beneath our feet. These are the fossils of fire, the geological handwriting of apocalypse. The common hypothesis bridges two worlds, science and myth, to reveal a single truth. The Earth is not a stable cradle for civilization. It is a living planet in a cosmic shooting gallery. The event that ended the Ice Age may have been just one in a long series of cyclical cataclysms that reset humanity over and over. Each time, we rise, we build, and then we fall again, to fire, to flood, to forgetting. And as we look up at the night sky, filled with the same silent comets that once reshaped our world, we can only wonder, how many times has this happened before? How many civilizations have risen and vanished beneath the rhythm of the cosmos? The comet hypothesis is not just a scientific theory. It is a reminder that our story may have begun not with evolution or invention, but with survival, a story written in stardust, carved by catastrophe, and buried beneath 12,000 years of silence. Throughout the world, scattered across continents and cultures, stand the ruins of structures so vast, so precise, and so ancient that even with all our modern technology, we struggle to understand how they were built. Massive stone blocks weighing hundreds of tons are fitted together with mathematical perfection, seams so tight that not even a razor blade can slip between them. Temples carved directly from mountainsides, stones lifted and stacked at altitudes where even oxygen is scarce, monuments aligned to stars with uncanny precision. These are the wonders of ancient engineering that should not exist. And yet they do. They defy the limits of what early humans were supposedly capable of. Mainstream archaeology calls them mysteries. Forbidden archaeology calls them proof. Proof that an advanced civilization, one that predated the Ice Age, once possessed knowledge and technology far beyond what history allows. We begin in Egypt, where the Great Pyramid of Giza rises like an eternal riddle carved into the desert. Officially, it was built around 2500 BCE by Pharaoh Khufu, using copper chisels and wooden sledges. Yet, this explanation collapses under its own weight. The pyramid consists of more than 3 million limestone and granite blocks, each weighing between 2 and 80 tons, assembled with microscopic precision. The base is leveled to within less than an inch, a feat unmatched even today without lasers. Its sides are aligned almost perfectly to true north, with a margin of error of less than 4 minutes of arc. The builders somehow account for the curvature of the earth, ensuring the pyramid's shape remained geometrically perfect at colossal scale. How could a Bronze Age civilization, lacking wheels capable of bearing such loads, have achieved this level of engineering mastery? Then there's the question of the granite. Some blocks were quarried from Aswan, nearly 500 miles away. Each would have required immense effort to cut, transport, and place with absolute accuracy. The internal chambers are even more baffling. Massive slabs fitted into labyrinthine passageways, pressure-relieving systems built into the structure's core, and shafts that align with specific stars, Orion's Belt and Sirius, marking the heavens as they appeared over 10,000 years ago. Could this alignment be coincidence? Or is it a clue that the pyramid's design predates dynastic Egypt, that it was inherited, not invented? Moving westward, we find another marvel. The megalithic walls of Sacsayhuaman in Peru. The stones here are unlike anything seen elsewhere in the ancient world. Massive blocks, some weighing over 300 tons, interlock with such precision that no mortar was needed. Each stone has an irregular shape, yet they fit together like pieces of a three-dimensional puzzle. Modern engineers struggle to explain how this was achieved. To lift and fit stones of such magnitude at 12,000 feet above sea level would require cranes and machinery that did not exist even a century ago. The Inca, who are credited with the site, admitted they did not build it. They said it was the work of their ancestors, the gods who came before. These gods may not have been divine, but remnants of that lost civilization, master builders whose knowledge survived the Ice Age only in fragments. Across the ocean, in Lebanon, lies another riddle carved in stone, the Temple of Baalbek. Beneath its Roman-era ruins lies a foundation of cyclopean blocks known as a trilithon. Each block measures over 60 feet in length and weighs more than 800 tons. Some estimates suggest even more than 1,000. They were cut, transported, and set into place with a precision that defies belief. Modern cranes could barely lift one, let alone align them flawlessly atop one another. Archaeologists claim they were moved using rollers and manpower, yet the quarry where they originated sits uphill, not downhill, from the site. No one knows how the builders achieved it. The Romans themselves, known for their engineering prowess, did not construct a foundation. They built upon it. Whatever culture laid those stones was working with a technology and purpose that history cannot account for. Further east, in the Andes, the ruins of Pumapunku in Bolivia present an even greater enigma. At over 12,000 feet elevation, these shattered ruins consist of precisely cut andesite blocks, some shaped into complex, interlocking H patterns with smooth surfaces and perfect right angles. The level of machining evident in the stonework has led engineers to compare it to modern CNC cutting. The stones appear to have been sliced, drilled, and polished using tools capable of remarkable precision. Yet this was supposedly achieved by people with no metal tools, no wheel, and no written language. The sheer absurdity of this contradiction has led many to propose that Pumapunku is a surviving remnant of a much older culture, one that existed before the Great Flood, when the Andean Plateau may have been part of a thriving pre-Ice Age world. Across all these sites, Egypt, Peru, Lebanon, Bolivia, one theme repeats: impossible precision, inexplicable scale, and astronomical alignment. These were not primitive societies experimenting with stone. They were engineers and mathematicians with a deep understanding of geometry, physics, and celestial mechanics. The orientation of the Great Pyramid to true north, the alignment of Stonehenge with solstices, the layout of Machu Picchu according to solar cycles, and the geometry of Angkor, what reflecting precession of Venus, all point to a global pattern of advanced knowledge. How did cultures separated by oceans, millennia, and language share the same obsession with the stars? How did they all build with the same impossible techniques? One possibility is that they inherited this knowledge from a single source, a lost civilization whose reach extended across the globe. This would explain why megalithic building techniques appear suddenly, fully formed, around 12,000 years ago, exactly after the Younger Dryas catastrophe. It would also explain the strange similarities in myth and architecture. The serpent motifs in Egypt, Mesoamerica, and Asia, the stepped pyramids on every continent, the worship of the sun and stars as deities. The ancient engineers of the impossible may have been the last remnants of this mother culture, the keepers of knowledge so advanced it seemed divine to those who followed. Even in more recent times, whispers of this lost technology persist. Legends of sound levitation, fire stones, and vibrational tools appear in oral traditions from Tibet to South America. Some researchers have speculated that these builders may have used acoustic or electromagnetic techniques to manipulate stone, harnessing frequencies and resonance rather than brute force. Though speculative, experiments have shown that sound can indeed levitate objects and alter materials on a molecular level. Could the ancients have discovered natural harmonics capable of moving massive stones, guided by an understanding of Earth's magnetic and vibrational energy? If so, their achievements were not magic, but science. Science we no longer understand. Skeptics argue that these structures are simply products of ingenuity and patience, the result of countless labors and primitive tools. But that explanation collapses under scale, symmetry, and logistics. The question is not whether humans could have built them, but how, and why such monumental effort was expended across the world at the dawn of civilization, without any known precedent. The precision of these works implies a legacy, the continuation of techniques developed long before the Ice Age ended, preserved by survivors who sought to rebuild their lost world in stone. The great monuments of antiquity are not relics of superstition. They are messages, carved by a civilization that understood permanence. Unlike paper or wood, stone endures. It resists flood, fire, and time. Perhaps these ancient engineers built their knowledge into stone precisely because they knew another catastrophe would come. Perhaps they wanted us to find it, to remember them when the cycle began again. Even today, as satellites map the Earth's oldest ruins and laser scans penetrate buried cities, the pattern grows clearer. Humanity's story is older, deeper, and far more sophisticated than we dare admit. The precision stonework of the ancients is not the beginning of our history. It is a surviving architecture, a forgotten chapter, the monument of the engineers before time, who built the impossible and left it behind as a warning and a promise. In the rolling green hills of southern Ohio lies something ancient, silent, and powerful, a serpent that slithers across the earth, yet never moves. This is a great serpent mound, one of the strangest and most enigmatic earthworks on the planet. From above, it takes the form of a vast snake nearly 1,400 feet long, its coiled body winding with mathematical precision, its head swallowing what appears to be a great oval, perhaps an egg, perhaps the sun. Built entirely from layers of clay and stone, the mound's true purpose remains one of archaeology's greatest mysteries. But new evidence suggests it may be much older than we've been told, perhaps dating to the end of the Ice Age itself, and may hold within its curves the key to understanding a forgotten knowledge that stretches back to humanity's lost beginnings. The Serpent Mound is more than an ancient artwork. It is a cosmic blueprint etched into the land. When viewed from above, its orientation aligns precisely with celestial events. The summer solstice sunset, the winter solstice sunrise, and the equinoxes. Its curves also correspond to lunar cycles, particularly the 18-6-year lunar standstill, a phenomenon that requires long-term astronomical observation to measure accurately. Whoever built the mound had not only the mathematical understanding to map such alignments, but also the patience to observe the heavens across decades, even generations. This was not the work of primitive tribes guessing at the sky. This was the work of astronomers, engineers, and priests of civilization deeply attuned to cosmic order. Mainstream archaeologists attribute the mound to the Adena or Fort Ancient cultures, dated between 1000 BCE and 300 CE. Yet carbon dating of surrounding artifacts has produced conflicting results, with some organic samples suggesting a far older origin, potentially as early as 10,000 BC, around the end of the Younger Dryas. The site's location adds to the intrigue. It sits atop a ridge within an ancient meteor impact crater, the Brush Creek crater, as though it was deliberately placed on a scar left by the heavens. Coincidence? Or could this have been intentional? A ritual monument marking a memory of catastrophe, a cosmic event witnessed by the ancestors of humanity's first civilization? The serpent is one of the oldest and most universal symbols known to man. Across cultures and continents, it represents wisdom, rebirth, energy, and the cyclical nature of life and time. In Mesoamerica, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, was a god who brought knowledge and civilization to humankind. In Egypt, the serpent Mehen encircled the sun god Ra during his journey through the underworld. In India, the cosmic serpent Ananta coils beneath the universe itself, sustaining creation. Even in the biblical tradition, the serpent is the bringer of forbidden knowledge, the one who tempts humanity to awaken. Why does this symbol appear everywhere, always tied to enlightenment and destruction? Perhaps because it represents the same thing the builders of the Serpent Mound sought to record: the eternal cycle of creation, death, and renewal. When the serpent's form is studied geometrically, another mystery emerges. Its body undulates with exact rhythm. 7 coils, precisely balanced, each corresponding to key astronomical alignments. Researchers have discovered that the serpent's shape encodes mathematical constants, including pi, and phi, the golden ratio, suggesting a level of sophistication that rivals ancient Egyptian and Greek architecture, yet predates both by millennia. Some interpretations go further, proposing that the serpent's coils represent not only celestial cycles, but the waveform of energy, the sine wave, the same pattern found in light, sound, and electromagnetic frequencies. If this is true, then the mound's builders understood the connection between cosmic and earthly forces on a scale modern science is only now rediscovering. But who were they, and how could such advanced knowledge exist in prehistoric North America? The Adena, Hopewell, and Mississippian peoples built extraordinary earthworks, yes, but none of their known constructions matched the Serpent Mound's astronomical precision or symbolic depth. There are no nearby settlements, graves, or signs of habitation. The mound appears purely ceremonial, built not for the living, but for the cosmos. Some researchers, like archaeologist William Evermain, have suggested that the mound marks a time of celestial disaster, a comet or meteor strike witnessed by its builders. The serpent's mouth, devouring the oval at its front, may represent a celestial body colliding with Earth. If the mound dates back to the end of the Ice Age, then it could be a memorial to the Younger Dryas' impact, a myth preserved not in writing, but in earth and stone. This idea connects the Serpent Mound to a larger global pattern of serpent symbolism that emerged after the Ice Age. In nearly every ancient culture, the serpent is associated with both destruction and enlightenment, the fire from heaven, followed by renewal, the double helix pattern of intertwined serpents, later seen in the caduceus of Hermes, resembles DNA, the blueprint of life itself. It also mirrors a movement of sun and moon across the sky, their intertwining paths forming the same serpentine rhythm. Could this knowledge have been preserved from an earlier civilization, one that understood the unity between the heavens, the earth, and the human spirit? If so, the Great Serpent Mound might be one of the last surviving monuments of that forgotten science, a sacred fusion of astronomy, geometry, and spirituality. Further analysis using LiDAR and satellite imaging has revealed additional alignments that extend beyond the visible mound. The surrounding landscape, including ridges, streams, and nearby mounds, appears to form a larger geometric network, a terrestrial star map, perhaps, or an energy grid reflecting the Earth's magnetic lines. Ancient cultures often built sacred sites on geomagnetic anomalies, places where Earth's energy field is strongest. The Serpent Mound is precisely at one such node, where magnetic readings fluctuate dramatically. Some theorists suggest it functioned as a form of energy temple, designed to harness telluric currents, natural electrical energies flowing through the planet. To the ancients, these were the veins of the earth, the life force of Gaia herself. The serpent, symbol of energy and rebirth, was a perfect representation of that power. Even mainstream science cannot deny the site's astronomical perfection. During the summer solstice, the setting sun aligns perfectly with the serpent's head. During the winter solstice, the sunrise aligns with its tail. Lunar standstills, rare events that occur only every 6 years, are also marked by the curves of the serpent's body. This means the builders not only observed the heavens, but recorded long-term cycles that require centuries of tracking. Such accuracy implies continuity, a culture that observed the sky over generations, refining its understanding through time. Yet according to our current timeline, no such complex culture existed in North America 10,000 years ago. The conclusion is inescapable. Either the timeline is wrong, or the knowledge was inherited from an older civilization whose memory barely survived the Ice Age. The deeper we study the Serpent Mound, the more it begins to resemble not just an ancient monument, but a cosmic message. Its serpent form could represent the celestial path of a comet, the same serpent of fire remembered in flood myths around the world. The egg in its mouth could symbolize rebirth, the earth itself emerging from destruction. The builders may have encoded their understanding of cycles, cosmic, solar, lunar, and human, within its coils, leaving behind a message for future generations. Remember, watch the skies. The cycle will come again. Whether seen as a calendar, an observatory, or a sacred warning, the Serpent Mound stands as one of the most profound enigmas of prehistory. It bridges heaven and earth, science and spirit, myth and memory. It is a testament to a people who saw the world not as separate from the cosmos, but as part of it, who measured time not by kings or empires, but by the movements of the stars. In the end, the Great Serpent Mound is more than a monument. It is a story written in earth, a story of memory, catastrophe, and rebirth. Its coiled body speaks of the eternal cycle, of civilizations that rise, fall, and rise again. And though its builders have vanished, their message remains, whispering to the winds that sweep across Ohio's hills. We knew the stars. We saw the fire. We remembered. Across continents and epochs, from the desert of Egypt to the jungles of Central America, from the high plateaus of the Andes to the plains of Mesopotamia, humanity has left behind a silent pattern written in stone. Star maps carved into the earth itself. Temples, pyramids, and monoliths, scattered across thousands of miles, seem to point upward in perfect harmony with the heavens. Long before telescopes, satellites, or modern astronomy, our ancestors were building monuments aligned with such precision to celestial bodies that it challenges everything we know about early human capability. Why were ancient people, supposedly primitive farmers and herders, so obsessed with the stars? And more importantly, how did they achieve such astronomical mastery without modern tools? To understand this mystery, we must first accept a simple truth. The ancients didn't just look at the sky for wonder, They understood it. They built their civilizations around it. The stars were their calendar, their compass, their map of time and destiny. Yet the scale of that understanding goes far beyond agricultural cycles or navigation. It reaches into something cosmic, as if they were preserving knowledge inherited from forgotten civilization that once measured the heavens with scientific precision. One of the most striking examples is the alignment of the pyramids of Giza with the constellation of Orion's belt. When viewed from above, the three main pyramids mirror the three stars, Alnitak, Alnilam, and Mintaka, in both position and relative brightness. The correlation becomes even more profound when combined with the Sphinx's eastward gaze toward the rising sun during the spring equinox. Astronomer Robert Bauval, who popularized the Orion correlation theory, showed that when the stars are plotted as they appear around 10,500 BCE, the pyramids align perfectly, a date far earlier than conventional Egyptology allows. This alignment suggests that whoever designed the Giza complex was commemorating a celestial configuration that occurred nearly 12,000 years ago, right before the end of the Ice Age. The question is, how could the pyramid builders have known this? Ancient Egyptians, according to mainstream history, appeared around 3000 BCE, yet their architecture encodes knowledge of precession, a 26,000-year astronomical cycle that tracks the slow wobble of Earth's axis. To calculate that requires centuries of continuous observation, mathematics, and precise instrumentation. Such sophistication implies inheritance. The builders of the Giza complex were not discovering these principles. They were remembering them. And Egypt is not alone. Thousands of miles away in the high Andes, the ancient city of Tiwanaku and its temple, the Kalasasaya, align perfectly with the movements of the sun at solstices and equinoxes. Its companion site, Pumapunku, aligns with the stars of Orion and Sirius, just as Giza does. The Inca, who came millennia later, revered these places as a work of the Viracocha, the gods who came from the sea to rebuild the world after a great flood. The same flood myths, the same celestial alignments, the same godlike architects, appearing across cultures separated by oceans. This cannot be coincidence. It suggests a shared memory, a blueprint inherited from a common source. In England, Stonehenge marks the solstices with stunning accuracy, its massive sarsen stones framing the midsummer sunrise and midwinter sunset. Yet beneath the familiar circle lies a forgotten story. Excavations show that Stonehenge was part of a much larger complex of earthworks and wooden circles, all aligned to celestial events. To track the solar and lunar cycles so precisely, its builders had to understand the long-term movement of the heavens, something that would take hundreds, if not thousands, of years of continuous recording. And once again, this knowledge seems to appear fully formed, with no gradual evolution leading to it. Far to the east, in Cambodia, the sprawling temple complex of Angkor, what also reflects the stars. Its towers correspond to the constellation of Draco, while its central axis aligns with the spring equinox sunrise. Astronomers studying its layout found that the site's design encodes the cycles of Venus, a planet long associated with fertility, rebirth, and cosmic order in ancient mythology. The same celestial preoccupations are found in the temples of Mexico and Central America, where the Mayan city of Teotihuacan mirrors the layout of the solar system itself. Its Avenue of the Dead runs parallel to the setting of the Pleiades, and its pyramids of the sun and moon align with both the solstices and the galactic center of the Milky Way. The recurrence of these patterns, Orion, Sirius, Pleiades, solstices, precession, across so many ancient cultures is impossible to ignore. It reveals not just a fascination with the stars, but a system of knowledge, global, mathematical, and unified. The builders of these monuments weren't merely stargazing. They were recording something. Many researchers believe they were mapping time itself, encoding astronomical cycles into architecture as a message for future generations. The ancient Egyptians called the stars the imperishable ones, symbols of eternal return. The Maya measured time through cosmic ages called backtons, seeing history as cyclical, not linear. These beliefs echo one another, hinting that humanity once understood the cosmos as part of a vast, interconnected system, a cosmic clock whose gears were both astronomical and spiritual. Some scientists propose that these alignments were simply the result of superstition or coincidence. But coincidence cannot explain the precision. The Great Pyramid's north-south alignment is within 3/60ths of a degree of perfect true north, an accuracy that wasn't achieved again until the invention of modern surveying equipment. At Stonehenge, the solstice alignment is so exact that the sunlight pierces the heart of the monument like a laser. In Mexico, the pyramid of Kukulkan at Chichen Itza produces a serpent-like shadow on the equinoxes, the same serpent symbol seen at the Serpent Mound in Ohio. The builders were not guessing. They knew exactly what they were doing. If all this knowledge existed independently, we would expect to see random patterns. But what we find instead is global consistency. The same stars, the same geometries, the same celestial calculations appearing in cultures supposedly isolated from one another. The implication is staggering. Either ancient humans across the globe achieved the same astronomical breakthrough simultaneously, or they inherited a shared legacy from a single, older civilization, a civilization that lived before the Ice Age, before the Flood, and left behind its knowledge encoded in stone. Some have called this the celestial blueprint hypothesis. It suggests that ancient monuments were part of a network, a global map of the stars designed to preserve sacred knowledge about cosmic cycles and Earth's place within them. The builders understood that cataclysms were cyclical, tied to celestial mechanics, comets, solar flares, or orbital shifts. They encoded this information so that when the next cycle came, survivors could find it, read it, and remember. The Great Pyramid's alignment to Orion might therefore not only honor the gods, it might be a time marker, pointing back to the epoch when their civilization first fell. If this sounds far-fetched, consider this. Even today, our most advanced observatories, radio telescopes, and cosmic mapping systems are built upon principles that mirror those of the ancients. Geometry, vibration, resonance, alignment, these are universal languages. Perhaps that's why the ancients built in stone, to speak to the future, to tell us that what has been will be again. The monuments are not merely temples. They are data archives, cosmic messages disguised as sacred sites. The obsession with the stars that unites all ancient cultures may not have been religion in the way we think of it, but remembrance, a collective memory of where we came from and what we lost. The builders of Göbekli Tepe, the Egyptians of Giza, the astronomers of Tiwanaku, and the priests of Teotihuacan all inherited fragments of a lost science that measured both heaven and earth. Their star maps are not relics of primitive worship. They are the fingerprints of the first astronomers of humanity's forgotten age. Every night, as we gaze at the same constellations they once tracked, we are looking through their eyes, across millennia of silence. The stars they carved into stone are still there, shining as they did when the world was young. They were not just builders or priests. They were cosmic cartographers, chronicling the universe itself. And their message, hidden in every alignment, every pyramid, and every circle of stone, remains clear. Look up. Remember, the answers are written in the sky. There are objects buried in the earth that simply should not exist. Artifacts so old, so advanced, and so impossible that they've been quietly ignored or dismissed by mainstream science. These relics are known as uparts, short for out-of-place artifacts. They're the forbidden evidence, the physical proof that history is not what we think it is. Each one, on its own, might be dismissed as a curiosity, but together, they form a pattern that points to a haunting conclusion. Before the Ice Age, long before our recorded civilizations, there may have existed a global culture with knowledge far beyond what ancient humans were supposed to possess. And when that world fell, it left behind fragments, objects scattered through time, whispering of technology and understanding we are only now beginning to rediscover. The first of these anomalies appeared in the 19th century, when miners and geologists began unearthing strange metallic spheres in South Africa. Known as the Klerksdorp spheres, these small, polished orbs, some with perfectly etched grooves around their equators, were found embedded in mineral deposits dated to nearly 3 billion years old. That date alone defies comprehension. Mainstream geologists argue they are natural formations created by geological processes. Yet metallurgical analysis reveals an unusual composition of nickel and steel-like materials that don't occur naturally in that combination. The grooves are symmetrical, precise, and uniform, too perfect for random formation. If these spheres are artificial, then someone was crafting metal objects on Earth long before humans even existed. Equally baffling are the metallic tubes of Saint-Jean-de-Livet in France. Discovered in 1885, these cylindrical objects were embedded within solid chalk dated to Cretaceous period, more than 65 million years ago. The tubes were perfectly round, composed of metal alloy resistant to corrosion. Geological testing confirmed that the chalk around them was undisturbed, suggesting they had been in place since it formed. Who could have made such artifacts tens of millions of years before humanity's rise? Similar discoveries have been reported worldwide. Metallic spheres, precision machine cubes, and even screw-like objects encased in ancient rock. Each one is dismissed as anomaly, but the anomalies never stop coming. In the 1930s, archaeologists exploring the Baghdad region of Iraq unearthed small clay jars containing copper cylinders surrounding iron rods. When filled with an acidic liquid such as vinegar, the devices produce measurable voltage, functioning as primitive batteries. Known as the Baghdad batteries, these artifacts are at least 2,000 years old, predating the invention of the modern battery by more than 1,800 years. Their purpose remains unknown. Were they used for electroplating, medical therapy, or some form of energy experimentation? Whatever their function, they reveal that ancient people understood principles of electricity long before Benjamin Franklin or Thomas Edison. And yet, the discovery has been largely sidelined in textbooks, a relic of coincidence rather than curiosity. Then there are the Antikythera mechanism and its silent counterparts. Discovered off the coast of Greece in 1901, this corroded bronze device turned out to be a complex gear-driven computer capable of predicting eclipses, planetary positions, and astronomical cycles with astonishing accuracy. Its gears were cut with precision comparable to 18th century clockmaking. Radiocarbon dating placed it at around 100 BCE, but its engineering sophistication suggests it derived from a much older tradition of technology, one that should not have existed in the ancient world. Even today, researchers admit that no precursor devices have ever been found. The Antikythera mechanism appears, as if it emerged out of nowhere, a single spark of genius, or the last surviving echo of forgotten science. Across the Americas, the enigma deepens. In Colombia, pre-Columbian gold figurines known as the Tolima airplanes depict objects that look shockingly aerodynamic, with swept-back wings, vertical stabilizers, and fuselages nearly identical to modern jet aircraft. They stand apart from the birds and animals they are supposedly meant to represent. When scale models of these artifacts were tested in wind tunnels, they displayed true aerodynamic lift, capable of stable flight. Could these be symbolic, or were they accurate depictions of flying machines from an earlier age? Myths of sky god descending in fiery craft take on a new meaning when such artifacts exist to support them. In the deserts of Egypt at Abydos, ancient carvings found above the Temple of Seti appear to depict modern technology, a helicopter, a submarine, and even a jet-like aircraft. Mainstream archaeologists call this a palimpsest, the overlapping of older hieroglyphs accidentally forming new shapes. But to alternative researchers, the resemblance is too clear to dismiss. If these were coincidences, why do similar depictions of winged crafts and flying discs appear in the carvings of Mesoamerica, Mesopotamia, and India's Vedic texts? In those stories, gods flew in vimanas, vehicles that emitted light and sound, machines that could travel between heaven and earth. Across cultures, the descriptions align: flying vehicles, powerful energies, celestial wars. Could these be myths or memories? Another astonishing anomaly lies in Russia's Ural Mountains. In the 1990s, geologists examining river sediments discovered microscopic coil-shaped objects made of tungsten and molybdenum, metals used in high-temperature aerospace engineering. These tiny spirals, some smaller than human hair, are estimated to be 20,000 years old based on the strata in which they were found. They appear machined, precise, and uniform. Mainstream explanations insist they are natural formations, yet under a microscope, their structural regularity defies natural explanation. If they are man-made, then someone had access to advanced metallurgical techniques long before recorded history, and perhaps before humanity's supposed technological awakening. UPARTs are not limited to metals and machines. Ancient maps, tools, and carvings also challenge conventional timelines. Stone drill holes found in Egyptian quarries show spiral grooves identical to those produced by modern diamond-tipped drills. In South America, blocks of andesite and diorite, among the hardest stones on Earth, were cut, hollowed, and polished as if by high-speed machinery. Even in the American Southwest, petroglyphs depict figures wearing helmets and what appear to be suits or breathing apparatuses. To dismiss them all as imagination is to ignore the recurring theme: precision, technology, and symbolism centuries, sometimes millennia, ahead of their supposed time. Skeptics argue that UPARTs are hoaxes, misidentifications, or product of natural geological processes. Yet the number of examples, their global distribution, and their recurring technological patterns suggests something far deeper. If only one or two such artifacts existed, doubt might be justified. But hundreds have been documented, enough to suggest that the Earth's archaeological record is incomplete, or worse, that pieces of it have been deliberately hidden or discredited because they do not fit the accepted narrative. If we consider the possibility that an advanced civilization existed before the Ice Age, suddenly the puzzle begins to make sense. The metallic spheres, the high-precision carvings, the electrical devices, all could be remnants of that lost epoch. After the cataclysm, survivors would have scattered, preserving fragments of their technology and knowledge. Over time, these relics became myths, the weapons of gods, the tools of the ancients, the gifts from heaven. Later cultures may have inherited them without understanding how they worked, copying their forms into art and legend. The UPARTs challenge not just archaeology, but the entire framework of human history. They suggest that progress is not a straight line from primitive to modern, but a cycle, a rise, a fall, and a rediscovery. Perhaps we are not the first technological civilization to walk the earth. Perhaps others rose before us, reached heights we cannot imagine, and fell into ruin when the world was torn apart by cosmic disaster. Their machines rusted, their cities crumbled, and their tools became buried, leaving behind only whispers of what once was. Every UPART, every anomalous artifact, is a crack in the wall of official history. Together, they reveal the outline of something far larger, a story of knowledge lost and rediscovered, of a species that keeps building, forgetting, and remembering. They are the physical proof that the line between myth and history is not as clear as we have been taught. In the end, these out-of-place artifacts are not merely curiosities to be cataloged. They are warnings. They remind us that civilizations can rise to greatness and vanish without a trace, leaving only fragments for their descendants to puzzle over. Perhaps we, too, are part of that same cycle. Perhaps someday, far in the future, explorers will unearth our machines, our satellites, and our monuments and wonder, as we do now, how such knowledge could have been lost. Hidden within the bones of our ancestors lies a mystery that science is only beginning to unravel, a genetic enigma that challenges everything we thought we knew about human origins. Ancient DNA, extracted from skeletons buried in caves, frozen tundras, and forgotten tombs, tells a story that does not match the smooth, linear evolution portrayed in textbooks. Instead, it reveals fractures, sudden appearances of advanced traits, unexplained genetic anomalies, and lineages that seem to come from nowhere. These are the ancient DNA anomalies, the biological fingerprints of a deeper, older story. The possibility that humanity's genetic history was shaped not by a single evolutionary path, but by contact with or inheritance from a vanished civilization before the Ice Age. For most of the 20th century, scientists believed that modern humans, Homo sapiens, emerged in Africa around 200,000 years ago and gradually spread across the globe, replacing or absorbing archaic humans like Neanderthals. But ancient DNA has shattered that tidy narrative. The first shock came in 2010 when geneticists sequenced the Neanderthal genome and discovered that all non-African humans share up to 2% of their DNA with Neanderthals. That finding alone rewrote history, proving that modern humans did not simply replace earlier species but interbred with them. Yet, that was only the beginning. A second discovery, the genome of a mysterious species called the Denisovans, revealed another unknown branch of humanity, one that lived in Asia and contributed DNA to populations as far apart as Papua New Guinea and Northern Europe. The more scientists look, the more they find. Not a single evolutionary tree, but a tangled forest of overlapping, hybridized lineages. This growing complexity has led some researchers to a startling realization. There are traces of unknown ancestors in our DNA, genetic signatures that do not match any known hominin. A 2019 study published in Nature Communications found that roughly 2% of the DNA of certain modern populations in Asia and Oceania appears to come from a ghost lineage, a group that diverged from modern humans nearly 1 million years ago, yet somehow interbred with our ancestors as recently as 40,000 years ago. No bones of this mysterious group have ever been found, but their genes live on inside us. Who are they? Where did they come from? Some scientists propose that these ghost ancestors were simply lost populations of archaic humans. Others whisper something more profound, that they might have been survivors of an earlier, advanced human species, a race that flourished before the Ice Age and disappeared after the Great Cataclysm. If so, their DNA will be the only surviving evidence of that lost civilization, carried through time within us. One of the most striking anomalies was found in Siberia's Denisova cave. A single-finger bone, no bigger than a coin, contained genetic material unlike anything known. It belonged to a young girl who was half Neanderthal and half Denisovan, proof that these two supposedly separate species were not only coexisting, but merging. Even more astonishing was the level of genetic diversity within her Denisovan lineage. Scientists found evidence of deep divergence, meaning her ancestors have been isolated for hundreds of thousands of years, long enough to evolve distinct traits, possibly even unique cognitive or physiological abilities. In other words, the Denisovans may have represented not a primitive offshoot, but a parallel human species, perhaps one that developed its own form of civilization long before history began recording ours. Then there are the unexplained DNA insertions, sequences found in modern humans that do not appear in any known hominin genome. Some of these sequences are ancient, dating back more than 50,000 years, yet appear suddenly without precedent. They may be remnants of an unknown population that shared technology, culture, or even genetic manipulation with early Homo sapiens. A controversial but persistent theory among fringe researchers is that this genetic jump may have been engineered, not by extraterrestrial beings, but by humans themselves long ago in a lost age of science and experimentation. The genetic anomalies are not confined to distant epochs. Even the sudden emergence of advanced cognitive traits around 50,000 years ago, the so-called Great Leap Forward, remains unexplained. This period saw the birth of symbolic thought, complex language, and abstract art. Within a geological blink, humans went from crude tools to cave paintings, musical instruments, and celestial observation. How did such a transformation occur so quickly? Evolution usually works over millions of years, not thousands. Could this leap represent the reemergence of knowledge carried through survivors of an earlier age? Perhaps it was not a leap at all, but a remembering, a return to abilities long dormant in our genetic memory. Even more intriguing is the discovery of genetic bottlenecks, moment in history when humanity's population plummeted to near extinction, followed by sudden expansion. One of the most dramatic occurred around 70,000 years ago, coinciding with the eruption of Mount Toba in Indonesia. Another occurred roughly 12,800 years ago, at the end of the Ice Age, during the Younger Dryas cataclysm. These bottlenecks may have erased entire genetic lineages, leaving behind only those who carried fragments of ancient, resilient DNA. If an advanced civilization existed before the Ice Age, its survivors may have passed down their genetic legacy to the hunter-gatherers who repopulate the world, creating the illusion that human culture exploded from nowhere. Genetic studies of indigenous populations add even more depth to the mystery. Native American DNA shows unexpected ties to ancient Europeans, long before transoceanic travel was thought possible. The genomes of Australian Aboriginals carry markers linking them to both Denisovans and an unidentified hominin species. In Africa, the supposed cradle of humanity, researchers have found entire populations whose DNA contains 7 to 19% of sequences from unknown ancestors, completely absent in other groups. It's as though humanity's origins are not a single birthplace, but multiple points of emergence, like fires rekindled from embers of an older world. If we step outside the strict boundaries of orthodox science, these findings take on even greater significance. Many myths speak of gods who created humans, or sky beings who mixed their blood with early people. In Sumerian texts, the Anunnaki are described as fashioning humankind by mingling their essence with that of the earth's creatures. In the book of Genesis, divine beings known as the Nephilim are said to have taken the daughters of men and given rise to mighty offspring. In Mesoamerican legend, the feathered serpent Quetzalcoatl shaped humanity from the remains of an earlier race. Could these stories be metaphorical descriptions of genetic intervention, not divine creation, but biological inheritance from a more advanced species that once walked the earth? Mainstream scientists, of course, reject such interpretations. They argue that these genetic irregularities are the natural result of population mixing, migration, and evolutionary chance. But even they admit that something extraordinary happened at the dawn of civilization, a rapid expansion of intelligence, culture, and technology that has no clear evolutionary cause. Evolution alone cannot explain the sudden emergence of consciousness capable of geometry, language, and astronomy. Something ignited that spark, whether it was survival pressure, mutation, or memory. The deeper we dig into our DNA, the more we find that humanity is not a single story, but a collection of overlapping histories, some written, some erased, and some hidden inside us. The genetic evidence of ghost ancestors may not just prove that we share the earth with other human species. It may hint that those species were far more advanced than we imagine. Perhaps they left us more than bones and tools. Perhaps they left us themselves, encoded in our genes, waiting to be rediscovered. Our DNA is a library of forgotten worlds. Every strand carries echoes of ancient bloodlines, of survivors who lived through cataclysm and carry the memory of lost ages within their bodies. We are their descendants, their continuation, living proof that even when civilization falls, its essence endures in us. And so, when we look into our genetic past, we may be peering not only into our origins, but into the remnants of a civilization that refused to die. The truth may not lie buried in ruins or relics, but within every cell of our being. The story of ancient humanity is written in flesh and code, and that code still hums with the song of those who came before. They are the silent giants of human legend, towering figures that stride across the myths of every ancient culture. In the Bible, they are called the Nephilim, born of a union between the sons of God and the daughters of men. In Greek mythology, they are the Titans, beings of immense size and power who rule before the gods of Olympus. In Norse tales, they are the Jotnar, ancient beings older than humankind. In the Americas, the First Nations tell of red-haired giants who ruled the land before being destroyed by a great flood. Across Africa, Polynesia, Mesopotamia, and the Andes, similar stories persist of a race of enormous beings who lived in a forgotten age, wielding strength and knowledge beyond the capacity of ordinary humans. Could all these legends be coincidence? Or are they cultural memories of a real, lost species, the giant of old, survivors or remnants of a pre-Ice Age civilization now erased from history? The notion of ancient giants is often dismissed as myth or exaggeration, yet archaeological records from around the world contain puzzling references that refuse to fade. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, newspaper archives across the United States reported dozens of discoveries of enormous skeletal remains, bones measuring twice the size of ordinary humans, found buried in ancient mounds from Ohio to California. Farmers, explorers, and early archaeologists described skulls large enough to fit over a man's head, femurs measuring nearly 4 feet long, and double rows of teeth. Many of these reports were published in reputable papers, such as the New York Times, the Washington Post, and Scientific American. Then, just as suddenly, the stories vanished. The Smithsonian Institution, which had received many of the skeletons, allegedly collected and sealed them away, claiming they were unclassified remains. Critics say these reports were exaggerated or fabricated, yet the sheer number and consistency of the accounts raise questions that refuse to die. Even outside North America, similar finds have been recorded. In the late 1800s, explorers in Patagonia described tribes of giant natives standing over 10 feet tall, a legend that traces back to Magellan's voyage in 1520. In the 1920s, archaeologists excavating burial caves in Lovelock, Nevada, found mummified remains of individuals nearly 8 feet tall, with striking red hair. The local Paiute tribe had long told stories of a race of red-haired giants, the Sitisich, who lived in the region before being wiped out in a war with the ancestors of the Paiute. The physical evidence, unusually large bones, sandals over a foot long, and woven fabrics beyond local technology, was documented, stored, and then largely forgotten. Yet the legend persists, echoing the same story told across continents. The giants lived, and they fell. In South America, early Spanish chroniclers recorded encounters with indigenous peoples who spoke of the Viracochas, tall, fair-skinned beings who arrived after a great flood and taught agriculture, astronomy, and architecture. The ruins of Tiwanaku and Pumapunku, built with stones weighing hundreds of tons, are attributed to these mysterious godlike figures. The Inca themselves denied having built the massive megaliths, insisting they were the work of an earlier race. Similar stories appear in Mesoamerican myth, where the Quinametsin, a race of giants, were said to have constructed the great pyramids of Teotihuacan before being destroyed by a cataclysm. Ancient Sumerian texts tell of the Anunnaki, described as powerful beings of great stature who descended from the heavens to rule over humankind. They were said to have mingled with humans, producing a hybrid race, mighty rulers and builders. The parallels to the biblical Nephilim are unmistakable. Even the Hebrew term Nephilim translates roughly as those who fell, or those who descended, implying not just size but divine or extraterrestrial origin. In every version of the story, these beings are both creators and destroyers, bringers of knowledge who ultimately perish in catastrophe. But could there be a biological basis for these legends? In the last few decades, geneticists have discovered evidence of gigantism mutations in ancient human remains. Certain DNA sequences associated with the overproduction of growth hormone appear sporadically throughout prehistoric samples. Skeletal remains in the fossil record, such as the massive Homo heidelbergensis and the robust Gigantopithecus, suggest that large-bodied hominins once walked the earth. Some fossils show evidence of hybridization, as if ancient humans interbred with larger, stronger relatives. It's possible that early Homo sapiens encountered, or even descended from, such hybrids, giving rise to myths of colossal ancestors. Then there are the anatomical anomalies that defy explanation. In several parts of the world, archaeologists have found elongated skulls, intentionally shaped or otherwise, that differ dramatically from normal human anatomy. The Paracas skulls of Peru, for instance, possess cranial volumes up to 25% larger than average and differ structurally, with thicker bone density and fewer cranial sutures. While some may be the result of deliberate cranial binding, others cannot be explained by cultural practice alone. Could these skulls represent the remains of hybrid descendants of the giant race? Their features, high foreheads, large eye sockets, and unusual cranial shapes, eerily match ancient depictions of gods and demigods across art and myth. Skeptics argue that all these tales, from the Bible to the Andes, are allegories, symbolic representations of spiritual truths or ancient social hierarchies. But symbolism alone cannot account for the global consistency of the giant motif. Why do the same details appear in cultures separated by oceans? Why do the myths always describe the giant's downfall as the result of divine wrath or catastrophic flood? It is as if humanity shares a collective memory of a real, ancient race that once ruled the earth and perished when the heavens changed. In recent years, satellite and ground-penetrating radar scans have revealed massive burial mounds and subterranean chambers in North America, Sardinia, and the Caucasus Mountains, all regions historically associated with legends of giants. Some of these tombs contain sarcophagi too large for normal human bodies. In Sardinia, local legends of Giganti di Monte Prima, colossal statues and skeletal remains of giant warriors, have proven partly true. Archaeologists have uncovered limestone statues over 8 feet tall and bones suggesting individuals of exceptional size. Yet the official narrative remains cautious, categorizing these findings as ritual exaggeration. If we entertain the possibility that the giants were real, what does that mean for our history? They could have been the remnants of a genetically distinct human branch, stronger, taller, perhaps more intelligent, that thrived in the mild climate before the Ice Age. Their monumental constructions, from Baalbek to Pumapunku, may have been their legacy. When the Younger Dryas catastrophe struck, their population may have been wiped out, leaving behind only bones and myths. The survivors, smaller, scattered, and interbreeding with ordinary humans, would become the demigods remembered in legend. Over generations, their bloodlines diluted and their true nature faded into story. The idea of the giants also fits neatly into the cyclical model of civilization. Each epoch begins with survivors inheriting fragments of lost knowledge, perhaps genetic memory as well. The giants could represent the physical manifestation of that first generation, beings who straddled two worlds, the world before the flood and the one after. Their great size might symbolize not only their physical strength, but their vast awareness, a consciousness inherited from a higher state of being. Even if the skeletal remains and myths are metaphorical, they still reveal a truth about humanity's forgotten past. The memory of beings larger than life, whose power and downfall were so dramatic that every culture preserved their story. Perhaps they were once real, the architects of our earliest monuments, the progenitors of lost knowledge, the bridge between man and God. Or perhaps they are humanity's collective memory of itself, a reflection of an age when humans were closer to nature, the cosmos, and their own potential. Whatever the truth, the legends of the giants of old remain a haunting echo of something we have lost, a warning written in myth, a whisper from an earlier world. Whether flesh and bone or symbol and story, they remind us that human history stretches far beyond the limits of our imagination. The earth remembers them in stone, in bones, and in stories, and perhaps somewhere in our DNA, we still carry the memory of when giants walked among men. Across the world, ancient stone monuments rise from the earth like the bones of forgotten age, massive, enigmatic, and eerily familiar. From the jungles of Cambodia to the wind-swept moors of England, from the deserts of Egypt to the volcanic highlands of Easter Island, these megalithic sites share something uncanny. They are not random. They are aligned to the stars, to each other, to some lost design that once bound humanity's earliest builders across oceans and continents. This recurring pattern, visible across thousands of years and cultures, suggests something extraordinary, that long before the first known civilizations, there existed a global megalithic connection, a unified architectural language, a shared legacy from an advanced culture that flourished before the Ice Age ended. When examined individually, the world's ancient sites are stunning feats of engineering, but when studied together, they reveal a hidden geometry that transcends geography, culture, and time. Consider this: the Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt, Stonehenge in England, Machu Picchu in Peru, the temples of Angkor Wat in Cambodia, and the pyramids of Teotihuacan in Mexico all lie along a near-perfect Great Circle line that wraps around the Earth, a geometric alignment that defies coincidence. This imaginary line, often called the ancient equator, crosses over some of the most mysterious ruins on the planet: Easter Island, Petra, Mohenjo-Daro, and even the Nazca Lines. How could cultures separated by oceans, with no contact and supposedly no global navigation, have built their most sacred structures along the same precise geodesic path? The answer, many researchers believe, is that they did not build in isolation. These sites are the surviving fragments of a once-connected world, a network of megalithic construction that span continents. The patterns are too deliberate to dismiss. The angles, ratios, and astronomical orientations are nearly identical across the globe. Many of the monuments are aligned to solstices and equinoxes, to Orion's belt, Sirius, and the Pleiades, the same celestial markers used in Egypt, South America, and Asia. It's as if the same master blueprint was distributed across the earth and followed faithfully by builders who shared a cosmic worldview. Let us begin in Egypt, where the Great Pyramid stands as the epitome of precision and cosmic alignment. Its base forms a near-perfect square, oriented exactly to true north, and its dimensions encode the ratio of the Earth's circumference to its polar radius, a mathematical relationship known only to modern geodesy. Thousands of miles away, the pyramids of Teotihuacan mirror the same geometric principles. The Avenue of the Dead aligns with the Pleiades and the ecliptic, while the Pyramid of the Sun matches the dimensions and proportions of Giza's Great Pyramid with astonishing accuracy. Both complexes seem to memorialize the same celestial configuration, Orion rising over the horizon during a lost epoch around 10,500 BCE, at the very end of the last ice age. Further south, in the Peruvian Andes, the stones of Sacsayhuaman interlock with mind-bending precision. The polygonal masonry used there and in other Andean sites such as Ollantaytambo and Pumapunku, is unique to that region. Yet the same technique appears halfway across the world in Japan's Okinawa ruins and in the axamite structures of Ethiopia. Gigantic stones, fitted seamlessly with irregular angles, without mortar, resisting earthquakes for thousands of years. This kind of engineering requires advanced knowledge of geology, vibration, and structure, concepts that should not have existed in the prehistoric world. At the same time, the enigmatic statues of Easter Island, the Moai, face inward toward the island's interior, as if watching over a vanished people. Carved from volcanic tuff, their heads and torsos display a distinct geometric proportion found nowhere else, except, curiously, in the statues of the ancient Tiwanaku culture of Bolivia and in early carvings in Polynesia. Could the people of Easter Island have been descendants of seafarers from South America, or both heirs to a shared ancestral civilization that once linked Pacific and Atlantic worlds before the flood? In Cambodia, the temple complex of Angkor, what mirrors the constellation Draco, while its central causeway aligns with the rising sun at the spring equinox. Its layout also encodes a precise model of the solar system, with distances and proportions corresponding to planetary orbits. Across the ocean in Mexico, the Mayan and Aztec pyramids do the same. Teotihuacan's Avenue of the Dead and Angkor Wat's main avenue are both inclined at nearly identical angles relative to their respective cardinal points. Two civilizations, thousands of miles apart, building temples that reflect the same cosmic architecture. How is this possible without communication or influence? Some researchers suggest a common origin, an ancient, advanced seafaring civilization that once circumnavigated the globe before the Ice Age cataclysm. This civilization, known in myth as Atlantis, Mu, or Lemuria, may have possessed sophisticated knowledge of geometry, astronomy, and Earth's energy fields. Its survivors could have spread across the world after the cataclysm, seeding new cultures with fragments of their lost science. Over millennia, the knowledge was ritualized, transformed into religion and myth, but the architecture remained as silent proof of what once was. The alignments are not only astronomical but energetic. Many megalithic sites sit atop what researchers call ley lines, invisible pathways of geomagnetic energy that crisscross the Earth. Ancient builders seem to know how to locate and harness these natural energy grids, using stone as a conductor or amplifier. The Great Pyramid, for instance, sits at the intersection of major ley lines, as do Stonehenge, the Serpent Mound, and Machu Picchu. Even modern measurements confirm unusual electromagnetic activity at these sites, elevated magnetic readings, unexplained electrical phenomena, and resonance frequencies that match Earth's natural Schumann resonance. Were these ancient monuments more than temples? Were they machines, global instruments designed to stabilize, amplify, or communicate to the planet's energetic field? Supporting this theory is the striking uniformity in megalithic construction techniques. The same architectural motifs, trilithons, three stone structures, concentric stone circles, and precise polygonal masonry, appear everywhere, from Malta's Nadja temples to Peru's Cusco walls and Turkey's Göbekli Tepe. The builders favor specific materials, quartz-rich stones capable of storing and conducting energy, such as granite and basalt. They carve these with techniques that leave behind spiral drill marks and perfectly flat surfaces, the hallmarks of high-speed cutting tools. Modern engineers, using computer simulations, have concluded that many of these structures were beyond the capacity of Bronze Age technology. If we accept that they were all the independent inventions of primitive cultures, then we must also accept one of the greatest coincidences in human history. But if they were the legacy of a single mother civilization, the mystery begins to make sense. Mainstream archaeologists insist that these similarities arise from parallel development, that humans everywhere simply followed the same instincts, observing the heavens and aligning their monuments accordingly. Yet this explanation fails to account for the precision and mathematical consistency of the alignments. These were not rough approximations. They are accurate to within fractions of a degree, something even modern surveyors struggle to achieve. The builders understood geodesy, the curvature of the Earth, and possibly even the concept of latitude and longitude. They were not guessing. They were mapping. Even in regions far apart, the same cosmic motifs appear carved into stone: serpents, solar discs, spirals, and triadic symbols representing balance and energy. These recurring images suggest a shared spiritual philosophy, the union of heaven and earth, the belief that human life is woven into the fabric of the cosmos. The monuments may therefore serve dual purposes, both scientific and sacred, functioning as observatories, calendars, and temples all at once. The more we uncover, the clearer the pattern becomes. These ancient sites were not isolated miracles. They were nodes in a global system, a network of sacred architecture designed with purpose. Whether that purpose was to observe the stars, track energy flows, or preserve memory, one truth stands unshaken. The builders were connected by something greater than chance. Perhaps the megalithic world was humanity's first global civilization, not in the political or economic sense, but in the cosmic one. Its people understood that Earth was a living system, part of a greater universe bound by energy, geometry, and rhythm. When the Ice Age cataclysm struck, their world fell. Continents shifted, cities drowned, knowledge scattered. But the stones remained, aligned with the stars, eternal in their silence. Today, when we walk among those stones, at Giza, Stonehenge, Machu Picchu, or Angkor, we are not just visiting ruins. We are stepping into a network of memory. Each site hums faintly with the same pulse, as if still connected to an ancient grid of purpose. And if we listen closely beneath the hum of the wind and the whisper of time, we can almost hear it, the heartbeat of a civilization that once spanned the world. Beneath the scorching sands of Egypt, hidden beneath layers of history and time, stands a monument that has stared back at humanity for thousands of years, a creature of stone, half man and half lion, watching over the ancient plateau of Giza. Its name is whispered in myths, wrapped in riddles, and cloaked in mystery: the Great Sphinx. For centuries, Egyptologists have dated it to the reign of Pharaoh Khafre, around 2500 BCE. But cracks, both literal and metaphorical, have begun to appear in that timeline. Increasing evidence from geology, astronomy, and comparative archaeology suggests that the Sphinx may be far older, perhaps as much as 9,000 to 12,000 years old, dating to an epoch long before dynastic Egypt existed. If true, then the builders of the Sphinx were not the Egyptians as we know them, but an unknown civilization, one that flourished before the end of the last ice age. To the untrained eye, the Sphinx is a symbol of royal power and divine guardianship. But to the trained observer, it is something far more profound, an ancient anomaly that defies every historical model. The body of the Sphinx is heavily eroded, its limestone surface deeply weathered in vertical, rounded patterns. This type of erosion is not caused by wind and sand, as traditional theory claims, but by prolonged heavy rainfall. And here lies the paradox. The Giza Plateau has not experienced such a wet climate in over 7,000 years. In fact, the last period of sustained rainfall capable of producing that kind of weathering occurred between 9,000 and 12,000 years ago, the end of the Ice Age, when Egypt was a lush, subtropical landscape. This discovery, first proposed by geologist Dr. Robert Schoch of Boston University, ignited one of the most heated debates in modern archaeology. Schoch's analysis revealed that the body of the Sphinx, carved directly from bedrock, shows erosion consistent with thousands of years of rainfall, not millennia of desert wind. His conclusion was simple but revolutionary. The Sphinx was built long before 2500 BC, possibly before 10,000 BC. Egyptologists rejected the claim, arguing that such a timeline would place the monument construction before any known civilization could have built it. Yet, that is exactly the point. The evidence implies that an earlier civilization did exist, capable of engineering one of the greatest monuments on Earth before recorded history even began. Further supporting this theory are the massive stone blocks that surround the Sphinx, forming its enclosure and temple complex. These blocks, weighing between 50 and 200 tons, were precisely quarried and placed, feats of engineering far beyond the capabilities of early dynastic builders. The Sphinx Temple and the adjacent Valley Temple are constructed with the same kind of cyclopean stonework seen at megalithic sites in South America and the Near East, suggesting a continuity of technique across continents. The surfaces of the stone show the same water-weathering patterns as the Sphinx's body, reinforcing the idea that they were built during the same pre-dynastic period of heavy rainfall. If the civilization predated the Egyptians, who were they? And why did they build such a monument, a lion with a human face, eternally gazing eastward? The answer may lie in the sky. The Sphinx's alignment is not arbitrary. It faces due east, directly toward the rising sun on the spring equinox, marking the rebirth of light. But more significantly, its orientation corresponds to the constellation Leo as it appeared around 10,500 BC, the same era indicated by the geological evidence. In that distant epoch, the sun rose in Leo during the spring equinox, symbolizing the beginning of a new age, the Age of Leo. It is as if the Sphinx itself was designed to commemorate that celestial moment, a frozen marker in stone connecting the heavens and the earth. This correlation extends to the entire Giza complex. When the pyramids are viewed in relation to the Sphinx, their layout mirrors the stars of Orion's belt, another celestial formation tied to ancient resurrection myths and the god Osiris. The combination of Orion and Leo, two of the most powerful constellations, may represent the duality of life and rebirth, earth and heaven. Together, they form a cosmic message carved into the landscape, as if the builders were saying, "As above, so below." This idea is not the invention of modern theorists. It was central to ancient Egyptian cosmology, but the precision with which it is executed at Giza and the geological dating of its monuments suggests that this knowledge was inherited, not invented. The head of the Sphinx adds another layer of enigma. Many researchers believe it was recarved in later times, perhaps by the pharaoh Khafre, to resemble his own likeness. The disproportion between the head and body supports this idea. The head is far too small relative to the massive lion's body, indicating that the original face was different, perhaps older, more eroded, or depicting another figure entirely. Some hypothesize it may once have borne the visage of a lion, matching its body in the Age of Leo symbolism. If so, then the Sphinx we see today is a palimpsest, a reworked relic of something even more ancient. Its original identity overwritten by later dynasties trying to claim ownership of a monument they did not build. Beneath the Sphinx, the mystery deepens further. Ancient texts, including those of the Greek historian Pliny the Elder and Egyptian priests, spoke of hidden chambers under the monument. The so-called Hall of Records said to contain the lost knowledge of the gods or the survivors of Atlantis. In the 1990s, seismic surveys conducted by the Edgar Cayce Foundation and independent researchers confirmed the existence of several cavities and tunnels beneath the Sphinx's paws and enclosure. Egyptian authorities have since restricted access to these areas, fueling speculation that something extraordinary may lie hidden there, perhaps tablets, artifacts, or records left by the civilization that built the Sphinx. Official explanations dismiss these voids as natural fissures in the limestone, but the symmetrical placement and depth of the cavities suggest deliberate construction. If the Sphinx and its surrounding temples truly date back to before the Ice Age, then the implications are staggering. It would mean that organized society, monumental architecture, and advanced astronomy existed thousands of years earlier than we ever believed. It would also mean that the story of civilization did not begin in Mesopotamia or Egypt. It began before them, in a forgotten era, when humans still share the earth with mammoths and saber-toothed cats. The Sphinx, then, would not merely be a monument. It would be a message, a bridge between two worlds, the lost world before the flood and the new world that emerged afterward. This recontextualization also connects Egypt to a wider global pattern. The Sphinx's age and celestial alignment align perfectly with other ancient sites that appear to preserve the same memory. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, built around the same period, and the underwater ruins of Yonaguni in Japan. Even in South America, monuments such as Puma Punku show identical stone carving techniques, suggesting that these were not isolated developments, but fragments of a single global tradition. Could all these sites be the remnant of a network of pre-Ice Age civilizations that once shared the same cosmic religion, a faith in the stars and cycles, in rebirth and catastrophe? Mainstream Egyptologists argue that such claims are impossible, that there is no evidence of culture sophisticated enough to build the Sphinx in 10,000 BC. But that argument ignores the very evidence carved into the rock. The erosion does not lie. The astronomical alignments do not lie. The mathematical precision does not lie. The monument itself is the evidence. It stands as a survivor from a time when the world was different, when humanity's ancestors looked to the heavens and built in stone what they saw reflected there. The Great Sphinx is not simply a statue guarding the pyramids. It is the oldest witness on Earth, staring across time at the world that forgot its creators. Its gaze, fixed eternally on the horizon, is a reminder of our lost beginnings. When the desert winds howl around its battered form, they whisper the same truth over and over, that civilization did not begin in Egypt. Egypt began in the shadow of something much older. The Sphinx is a fingerprint of that lost world, carved in defiance of oblivion, watching still, as the stars it once mirrored drift slowly out of alignment, and with them, our memory of who we once were. There is a forgotten language written in stone, not of words, but of vibration. The ancients, it seems, possess a mastery over materials that continues to confound even our most advanced engineers. Their monuments were not only built with precision, they were shaped, moved, and fused in ways that defy conventional explanation. This lost mastery has come to be known as the forbidden technology of stone, an ancient science that allowed our ancestors to quarry, cut, and assemble megaliths with precision and effortlessness that modern civilization can barely replicate. How did people with primitive tools and no steel manage to carve, polish, and transport stones weighing hundreds of tons? The deeper one looks, the clearer it becomes. They did not rely on brute strength alone. They understood the hidden laws of resonance, acoustics, magnetism, and geometry, laws that, in our time, are only beginning to be rediscovered. Modern archaeology tells us that the builders of ancient temples used copper chisels, pounding stones, and wooden sledges. But copper cannot cut granite, and no number of slaves could have hauled 800-ton blocks across miles of uneven terrain with mere ropes. Something does not add up. The precision seen in these structures suggests machining, not hammering. The evidence lies in the stones themselves, silent but undeniable. In the quarries of Aswan, Egypt, a massive unfinished obelisk lies abandoned, half cut from a bedrock. Its surface bears spiral grooves that look identical to those left by modern diamond-tipped drills. These patterns reveal consistent pressure and rotational speed, not the random scarring of manual labor. Nearby in the Great Pyramid, coarse samples extracted from granite shafts show uniform circular striations as if bored by high-speed drills. Sir William Flinders Petrie, one of Egypt's earliest archaeologists, documented these in the late 1800s, describing the cuts as mechanically perfect. Yet no known tools of that era could have achieved such results. Similar mysteries appear across the globe. At Pumapunku in Bolivia, blocks of andesite, one of the hardest stones on Earth, have been shaped into intricate interlocking H patterns with flawless right angles and mirror-smooth surfaces. Some pieces contain drilled holes of uniform diameter and depth, precise beyond hand tool capability. Engineers who have studied the site admit that reproducing such cuts will require modern diamond-tip machinery and laser-guided calibration. Yet, Pumapunku dates back at least 12,000 years, to a time when humanity was supposedly limited to stone hammers and reed baskets. How could such perfection exist in prehistory unless the builders possessed a forgotten technology, one that operated on principles we no longer understand? In Egypt, the granite boxes of the Serapeum of Saqqara add another layer to the mystery. Each of these colossal sarcophagi, weighing up to 100 tons, was hollowed from single blocks of granite, polished to a mirror finish inside and out, with corners meeting at flawless 90-degree angles. Even with modern tools, carving such precision from solid stone would take months, possibly years. Yet these boxes show no signs of tool marks, chiseling, or layering. Their flatness is accurate within thousandths of an inch. The sheer perfection suggests machining, or perhaps the controlled use of sound or vibration to mold stone at a molecular level. The ancient Egyptians, according to legend, possessed the power of the word, the ability to move stone through sound. Could this be an allegory for acoustic levitation, a real phenomenon where vibration counteracts gravity? Scientific experiments have shown that sound waves can indeed move objects. Tibetan monks use deep, resonant chants and horns to make stones tremble and shift. Modern researchers at MIT and NASA have replicated similar effects using ultrasonic frequencies. Imagine a civilization that understood these principles not as curiosity, but as science, a society that could harness sound, magnetism, and resonance to manipulate matter itself. The ancients often associated their gods with music, harmony, and voice, not by coincidence, but perhaps because sound was their tool of creation. In the temples of Abu Simbel and Karnak, archaeologists have recorded unusual acoustic phenomena. chambers where a single spoken word can reverberate with amplified power, and tones resonate at frequencies that seem designed, not accidental. The same acoustic awareness exists in megalithic Malta, where the house Afflini hypogeum produces a resonant frequency of exactly 111 Hz, a vibration known to induce trance-like states in the human brain. The builders clearly understood how sound affected both matter and consciousness. They shaped their architecture to amplify it. The implication is staggering. These were not mere builders. They were scientists and sound engineers. Another clue lies in the magnetic properties of ancient stone. Many megalithic structures are made from granite and basalt, which contain high concentrations of quartz and magnetite. These materials generate weak electrical currents when subjected to vibration or pressure, a property known as a piezoelectric effect, the same principle behind modern quartz watches and sensors. When aligned with geomagnetic lines or ley lines, these structures could harness Earth's natural energies. The Great Pyramid, for example, sits at the exact center of Earth's landmass and exhibits electromagnetic anomalies. Studies have shown that its internal chambers can focus and amplify radio waves. Was this intentional? Could the ancients have been using architecture as a form of energy technology, not for electricity as we know it, but for power of another kind, perhaps healing, communication, or even terraforming? Even ancient myths may hint at this knowledge. The Egyptians spoke of the Heka, the sacred science of harmonizing the forces of nature. The Vedas of India describe Vimana, craft that flew by manipulating vibration and light. Plato wrote of Atlantis, whose temples radiated energy through crystals and metals. These stories, scattered across time, may be cultural memories of the same lost technology, a mastery of frequency and energy that predated modern science. One particularly provocative theory suggests that the ancients used liquid sound technology, resonant frequencies transmitted through water or mercury to cut or levitate stone. In both Indian and Mesoamerican ruins, archaeologists have found channels and basins beneath temples, often lined with mercury or conductive minerals. In Teotihuacan's Pyramid of the Sun, pools of liquid mercury were discovered in underground chambers, serving no clear ceremonial purpose. Mercury is a conductor and reflector of electromagnetic energy. Was it part of an ancient system designed to channel resonance, vibration, and power? Mainstream scholars dismiss these ideas as pseudoscience, but their explanations often fall short. Copper tools cannot leave high-speed drill marks. Rope, and we cannot move 100-ton blocks uphill. Primitive societies cannot reproduce laser-like cuts in granite or diorite. The old story no longer fits the evidence. The stones themselves are the proof, and they speak of technology that was both mechanical and metaphysical. Perhaps the ancients understood something we've forgotten, that everything in the universe is vibration. To them, sound, geometry, and energy were not separate sciences, but one sacred discipline. By tuning stone to the right frequency, they could shape it, move it, and imbue it with purpose. Their monuments were not just structures, but resonance machines, designed to harmonize the human body, the earth, and the cosmos. The forbidden technology of stone reveals a lost chapter of human history, a time when science and spirituality were one and the same. We may laugh at the idea of moving mountains with sound, yet our ancestors built wonders we still cannot replicate. Somewhere between myth and material lies the truth. They were not primitive. They were different. They used the world's natural forces as tools, shaping reality through harmony instead of force. Every temple, every pyramid, every perfectly cut block stands as testimony to this forgotten mastery. When you touch the smooth face of an ancient stone, you are touching a residue of vibration, the echo of a technology that once sang the world into form. And perhaps, when we learn once more to listen instead of to conquer, we may begin to hear their music again. Deep beneath the surface of the oceans, in places where sunlight never reaches and sonar echoes distort into silence, lie the shattered remains of something that should not exist. Cities beneath the sea, vast formations of stone blocks, perfectly straight avenues, terraces, steps, and pillars rest on the ocean floor, covered in coral and sand, like the ghostly bones of an ancient world swallowed whole. For centuries, sailors and explorers have told tales of lost cities beneath the waves. Atlantis, Lemuria, Mu, dismissed by scholars as fantasy. But modern sonar mapping, underwater archaeology, and satellite imaging have begun to reveal something astonishing. There are indeed megalithic ruins under the sea, and many of them date to a time when those regions should have been dry land, before the melting of the Ice Age more than 10,000 years ago. If these structures are man-made, they change everything we think we know about the rise of civilization, because it means that organized, technologically capable societies existed long before Sumer, long before Egypt, long before the first temples rose from the desert sand. It means that the first cities were not built after the flood. They were destroyed by it. One of the most compelling examples lies off the southern coast of Japan, near the island of Yonaguni. Discovered by diver Kahataro Aratake in 1986, the Yonaguni Monument is a massive step structure rising from the ocean floor, with terraces, straight walls, and right-angled staircases carved into solid sandstone. The entire formation stretches over 500 feet long and 75 feet high, a pyramid-like complex that appears to have been sculpted by human hands. At first, geologists argued it was a natural formation shaped by tectonic activity. But the more it was studied, the harder that claim became to maintain. The site includes carved stairways, symmetrical terraces, and platforms aligned to true cardinal directions. Some stones even bear the markings of tool cuts. Beneath the main structure, divers have found what appear to be pathways, tunnels, and even a large rectangular enclosure resembling a ceremonial plaza. The most shocking revelation came when researchers compared the monument's layout to known landmasses of the Pleistocene epoch, the last ice age. When sea levels were lower by roughly 400 feet, Yonaguni's plateau was dry land, part of a land bridge connecting Japan to Taiwan and the Asian mainland. In other words, whoever built it did so before the seas rose, sometime before 10,000 BC. This places its construction in the same era as Göbekli Tepe and the end of the Younger Dryas, the time when massive floods drowned coastlines worldwide. Was Yonaguni a city of that lost world, swallowed by the ocean as the ice caps melted? The discovery of Yonaguni opened a floodgate of similar findings across the globe. Off the coast of India, near the city of Dwarka in the Gulf of Cambay, sonar scans revealed a sprawling underwater complex covering nearly 9 square miles. Divers recovered stone pillars, walls, and artifacts including pottery shards and tools dated to at least 9,500 years old. Ancient Hindu texts described Dwarka as a magnificent coastal city built by the god Krishna, a city that shone with gold and jewels before it was destroyed by the sea. For centuries, the story was dismissed as legend. Now, the ruins of a real submerged city lie precisely where the text said they would. Scientists who examined the site found evidence of roads, drainage systems, and geometric patterns, features of advanced urban planning. The radiocarbon dating of artifacts from Dwarka aligns perfectly with the end of the Ice Age floods. What mythology remembered as divine retribution may have been the memory of an actual geological cataclysm. Farther west, in the Bahamas' famous Bimini Road stretches across the seafloor like an ancient highway, massive limestone blocks laid end-to-end in near-perfect alignment. Mainstream geology claims they are natural formations, beach rock fractured by tides. Yet divers have found interlocking joints, squared edges, and right-angled corners that suggest deliberate placement. Even more intriguing, the road leads toward deeper underwater terraces, structures that appear to continue beneath layers of sand and coral. In 1968, when the Bimini discovery was first publicized, believers noted a strange coincidence. The psychic Edgar Cayce had predicted that remnants of Atlantis would be found near Bimini in 1968 or 1969. Skeptics scoffed, yet similar discoveries continued. Off the coast of Cuba, in 2001, oceanographers using sonar stumbled upon what appeared to be a massive complex of symmetrical structures nearly 2,000 feet beneath the surface. The formations included pyramidal shapes, geometric corridors, and what looked like a vast grid of roads. The Cuban government briefly collaborated with Canadian researchers to investigate, but the findings were soon classified and access restricted. The structures, if artificial, predate all known civilizations, their depth indicating they were built before the sea level rose at the end of the Ice Age. In the Mediterranean, submerged ruins to coastlines of Greece, Malta, and Turkey. Near the island of Malta, vast megalithic temples rest partially underwater, perfectly aligned with other terrestrial sites. In the Aegean Sea near the island of Spinalonga, divers have found structures resembling walls and streets, possibly dating to before the Minoan civilization. Even the legendary city of Helike, once Greece's own Atlantis, was rediscovered buried beneath silt after being swallowed by the sea in 373 BC. Proof that sudden submersion can erase entire cities from the record in moments. The global pattern is undeniable. Around 12,000 years ago, the same time the Younger Dryas cataclysm struck, massive floods inundated the world's coastlines. Vast regions, what were once fertile plains and coastal settlements, vanished beneath hundreds of feet of water. If civilizations had existed in those low-lying areas, they would now rest on the continental shelves, the very regions where sonar mapping is beginning to reveal anomalies. The implications are staggering. The oldest known cities on land, Jericho, Uruk, Catalog, appear suddenly and fully formed around 7,000 to 9,000 years ago, as if built by people who already understood urban design. Could these have been the descendants of survivors from the drowned coastal civilizations? The myths of flood and submersion are universal. The Sumerians spoke of a deluge that wiped out the kings before the flood. The Greeks told of Atlantis, a vast maritime empire destroyed in a single day and night of misfortune. The Hindus recorded the flood of Manu. The Maya described the world being drowned in water and reborn from the sea. Even remote island cultures, Polynesia, Micronesia, and the Americas, preserve legends of land lost to the ocean. These stories are not poetic coincidence. They are cultural memory, fragments of truth retold across generations until myth replaced fact. Modern satellite data adds yet another layer to the mystery. When global elevation models are adjusted for ice age sea levels, the outlines of vast coastal plains emerge, now submerged beneath hundreds of feet of water. These lost lands, known as Doggerland in northern Europe, Sunderland in Southeast Asia, and Beringia between Siberia and Alaska, could once have supported thriving human populations. Archaeological finds in these regions, stone tools, hearths, and habitation layers, date to well before the seas rose. Yet, what if those hunter-gatherers were not primitive, but the last survivors of a global maritime culture destroyed by the flood? The possibility of advanced pre-ice age civilizations growing along coastlines makes sense when we consider geography. Ancient peoples like us would have settled near rivers and oceans, sources of food, transportation, and trade. If a global cataclysm melted the ice caps, those coastal cities would have been the first to vanish. Their remains would now lie miles offshore, buried beneath layers of sediment. We have barely begun to explore these regions. Less than 5% of the ocean floor has been mapped in high resolution. The rest remains an uncharted graveyard of lost history. Some scientists now admit that the myth of Atlantis may contain real geological truth. Plato's story, given to him by Egyptian priests, described a powerful island civilization that sank beneath the sea around 9,600 BC, the exact timing of the Younger Dryas floods. He spoke of temples covered in precious metals, advanced engineering, and a people who knew both the heavens and the earth. For millennia, his account was dismissed as allegory. But what if it was memory, the memory of the last great civilization before the waters rose? The underwater ruins of Yonaguni, Dvarka, Bimini, and Cuba whisper the same story. There was a world before ours. A world of builders, astronomers, and navigators who mapped the stars and measured the earth long before written history. Their cities fell not because of war, but because the planet itself turned against them, a global cataclysm that reset humanity. And when the waters receded, their descendants began again, carrying fragments of knowledge that would one day resurface as the miracles of Egypt, Sumer, and Mesoamerica. Today, as our technology allows us to see deeper into the oceans, we are rediscovering that lost world. Piece by piece, sonar echo by sonar echo. The drowned cities remind us that civilization is not permanent. It is a pattern that rises and falls with the tides of time. The ocean, vast and patient, is both our womb and our grave. And somewhere beneath its waves, beneath the coral and darkness, the ruins of the first world still wait. Silent proof that we have lived through the cycle before, and that history's greatest secret lies not in the stars above, but in the depths below. These were not chaotic clusters of huts. They were mathematically organized communities. How did humans go from hunter-gatherer bands to advanced urban societies in just a few thousand years, a fraction of evolutionary time? The answer may lie in what came before. The cities before civilization were not random. They were memorials of memory, attempts to preserve what had been lost in the floods and fires of the Younger Dryas. Their builders may have been the descendants of a global culture that once stretched from Anatolia to the Andes, carrying fragments of a unified knowledge system, geometry, astronomy, sacred architecture, that they sought to rebuild piece by piece. Consider this. At Göbekli Tepe, many of the carved animals correspond to constellations. The fox, the vulture, the scorpion, all align with celestial patterns seen around 10,950 BC, the date of the last great cataclysm. This means the builders not only recorded time, but encoded the memory of the disaster itself. The circular enclosures may have represented the sky, a celestial map preserving the knowledge of cycles, warning future generations of recurring cosmic events. In that sense, Göbekli Tepe was both temple and time capsule, a sacred machine for remembering. At Karahan Tepe, the discovery of phallic totems, humanoid sculptures, and underground chambers suggest a symbolic language representing fertility, rebirth, and cosmic renewal. The site seems to depict humanity's resurrection after annihilation. The builders may have believed that by reconstructing their sacred spaces, they could realign themselves with the cosmos, restoring balance between heaven and earth after the chaos of destruction. Similar themes recur in early mythologies. The Sumerians spoke of Eridu, the first city, founded by the gods after the flood. The Egyptians remembered Zep Tepi, the first time when divine beings rebuilt the world after catastrophe. The Greeks told of the age of Cronus, a golden era destroyed by flood and fire. These myths are not isolated inventions. They are echoes of a collective trauma and of the rebirth that followed. The first cities, then, were not beginnings but rebirths. Even the placement of these sites tells a story. Most early settlements are located near sources of fresh water, not random streams, but ancient springs fed by deep aquifers. These same locations were often used by later civilizations for temples and shrines. Why? Because water was sacred. The memory of the flood transformed into worship. The builders of the pre-dynastic cities understood that water was both destroyer and giver of life. Their architecture, circular enclosures, raised platforms, and drainage systems symbolized control over the element that had once nearly erased them. Modern archaeologists still struggle to explain the sophistication of these sites. They attribute it to cultural explosion, a sudden burst of creativity without cause. But creativity does not emerge from nothing. The speed and scale of early architecture suggest inherited wisdom, practical and symbolic knowledge passed down from a vanished culture. When viewed through this lens, Göbekli Tepe, Karahan Tepe, and their forgotten siblings form a bridge across time, linking the survivors of the lost world with the dawn of our own. It is possible that beneath modern cities, beneath our very feet, lie even older layers waiting to be uncovered. In Mesopotamia, each generation built atop the ruins of the previous one, literally constructing new worlds on the bones of the old. If pre-Ice Age civilizations once thrived along river valleys and coasts, their remnants may yet be buried deep beneath the alluvial soils of the Fertile Crescent or submerged along continental shelves. Every excavation brings us closer to rediscovering them. The cities before civilization remind us that humanity's rise was not linear. It was cyclical. We rose before, fell and rose again. Our ancestors were not ignorant nomads, but survivors rebuilding from memory. The temples of Göbekli Tepe, the towers of Tel Keramel, the streets of Itlityam, these are not beginnings. They are reminders. Each one whispers the same truth, that civilization is not a miracle of progress, but the echo of something far older. We walk upon the ruins of our own amnesia. Every stone lifted from the earth, every buried city unearthed, brings us closer to remembering who we once were and what we once lost. And perhaps, when the next great rediscovery comes, we will realize that history's true first cities are not the earliest chapters of our story, but the final pages of the one that came before. High in the desolate mountains of Turkey, buried beneath layers of earth and forgotten for millennia, lies a site so astonishing that it rewrote the history of human civilization, Göbekli Tepe. But as more discoveries emerge, it is becoming clear that Göbekli Tepe may not be alone. All across the Middle East, Europe, and Asia, archaeologists are uncovering the ruins of hidden pre-dynastic cities, settlements that should not exist according to conventional history. Yet they do. Built thousands of years before the invention of agriculture, before pottery, before the wheel, these ancient cities challenge every assumption about our past. They suggest that civilization didn't rise suddenly from primitive tribes. It was rebuilt, resurrected, from the ashes of something older. These are the cities before civilization, the ghost capitals of a forgotten world that flourished before the Great Flood. For decades, the accepted narrative was simple. Human society evolved slowly from nomadic hunters into farmers, then city dwellers. Towns like Uruk, Jericho, and Catalhook were thought to be the first cities, the cradle of civilization, around 7,000 to 5,000 BCE. But Göbekli Tepe shattered that illusion. Dated to around 9,500 BCE, it predates agriculture by nearly 4,000 years. Its T-shaped stone pillars, carved with intricate animal reliefs and arranged in vast circles, were built by people who were supposedly primitive. Yet the site required advanced knowledge of architecture, astronomy, and geometry. Even more enigmatic is the fact that Göbekli Tepe was deliberately buried under tons of soil after centuries of use, as if preserved for the future. The more we learn about this site, the clearer it becomes. It is a monument of remembrance, a reconstruction, not a beginning. And Göbekli Tepe is not alone. Less than 30 miles away at Karahan Tepe, excavations have revealed an even older complex, pillars, statues, and chambers cut directly from bedrock, all showing the same artistic and architectural sophistication. Radiocarbon dating suggests that Karahan Tepe may be over 11,000 years old, placing it squarely within the aftermath of the Younger Dryas cataclysm. The layout, symbolism, and artistry link it unmistakably to Göbekli Tepe, as though both were part of a vast network, a cultural memory encoded in stone. Archaeologists now believe that dozens of similar sites lie hidden across southeastern Turkey and northern Syria, still buried beneath the earth. Together, they may represent the last great project of an ancient people, a society rebuilding itself after the destruction of the Ice Age. To the south, in modern-day Iraq and Iran, ancient Tel's man-made mounds have revealed strange anomalies, signs of urban planning and megalithic construction thousands of years older than Sumer. Sites like Tel Keramel, near Aleppo, contain circular stone towers dating to 10,000 BC, older than any known structure in Mesopotamia. These towers were built before the domestication of plants or animals by people who somehow already understood the principles of construction, defense, and community organization. How could nomadic tribes spontaneously begin building stone architecture on this scale without precedent? The evidence suggests that they didn't invent it. They remembered it. They were heirs, not pioneers. Similar mysteries appear further east. In Mehrgarh, Pakistan, one of the earliest known Neolithic settlements, archaeologists have found sophisticated urban layouts, drainage systems, and evidence of trade in materials like lapis lazuli, turquoise, and copper as early as 7,000 BCE. This level of complexity, occurring so soon after the supposed dawn of farming, implies the survival of knowledge base carried from an older world. These people did not stumble upon civilization. They were reconstructing it. In the Mediterranean, underwater scans near the coast of Israel and Lebanon have revealed submerged towns, such as At-Lityam, perfectly preserved beneath the sea. At-Lityam dates to around 7,000 BCE, long before the pyramids, and contains paved streets, megalithic stone circles, and even a central well. It was a fully functioning settlement that thrived before being swallowed by rising seas. The site's layout mirrors that of later civilizations, community centers, storage areas, and ritual spaces. It is as though the blueprint of urban design already existed, waiting to reappear in the millennia that followed. The pattern continues in Europe. In 2001, archaeologists in Bulgaria discovered the remains of a massive prehistoric city near Provediosolnitsata, dated to between 4,700 and 4,200 BCE. It included stone fortifications, two-story houses, and a thriving trade in salt, a valuable commodity that made the city rich. Though younger than Göbekli Tepe, it reveals that advanced societal structures emerged suddenly, as if knowledge of governance, architecture, and economy arrived fully formed. Similar discoveries in Ukraine's Tripilia culture show enormous settlements housing thousands of people, laid out in concentric patterns that reflect astronomical principles. Beneath the glittering stars of the Peruvian highlands, stretching for hundreds of miles across the arid plains of Nazca, lies one of humanity's most perplexing mysteries, a landscape etched with lines so immense they can only be seen from the sky. Perfectly straight paths, spirals, geometric figures, and enormous animal shapes crisscross the desert floor, some over 1,000 feet long. To this day, no one truly knows who made them, how they achieve such precision, or why they exist. These are the Nazca Lines, one of the most enduring enigmas of the ancient world. But they are not alone. Across the globe, similar geoglyphs, massive designs carved into the Earth's surface, have been found in deserts, mountains, and valleys. The more we study them, the more it becomes clear. The Nazca Lines may be part of something much larger, a lost global network of ancient sky maps built by a civilization that viewed the world not from the ground, but from above. Discovered in the 1920s when early pilots flew over southern Peru, the Nazca Lines immediately baffled archaeologists. From ground level, they appear as simple paths or trenches, but from the air, they form breathtaking images: a hummingbird, a spider, a monkey, a condor, a tree, and hundreds of straight lines intersecting like a celestial grid. The sheer scale of the designs is staggering. Some of the straight lines stretch for over 20 miles, unwavering across hills and valleys, as though drawn by a colossal ruler. The figures themselves maintain perfect proportions even across uneven terrain, an architectural feat that would be difficult even with modern surveying equipment. How did a people living more than 1,500 years ago, without airplanes, manage to create a masterpiece visible only from the sky? Mainstream archaeologists claim the lines were religious symbols, perhaps offerings to sky gods or astronomical calendars marking solstices. But this explanation barely scratches the surface. Recent high-resolution mapping has revealed that many lines align precisely with constellations, solar events, and mountain peaks hundreds of miles away. Some seem to point toward ancient water sources or underground aquifers, suggesting a dual purpose, both celestial and terrestrial. Yet the level of mathematical and geometric precision involved implies far more than ritual intent. The builders of the Nazca Lines had an extraordinary understanding of scale, perspective, and alignment, suggesting a mastery of surveying and cartography that should not have existed in their time. The question becomes, where did this knowledge come from? Ancient Andean mythology tells of powerful beings called the Viracocha, who came from the heavens after a great flood to teach humanity the arts of civilization, architecture, agriculture, and astronomy. The Nazca themselves worship deities linked to the sky and stars, and their art often depicts flying figures or beings emerging from celestial realms. It is as if they were recording the memory of an earlier age, one in which the sky itself was central to human existence. The Nazca Desert may have been more than a ceremonial ground. It may have been a message board to the gods, or perhaps to those who once watched from above. The same pattern of giant geoglyphs appears across the world. In Chile's Atacama Desert, the Atacama Giant, a humanoid figure over 350 feet tall, gazes upward with radiating lines around its head, as if symbolizing light or energy. In the Middle East, aerial surveys have revealed hundreds of desert kites and wheel-shaped geoglyphs across Jordan and Saudi Arabia, some stretching thousands of feet in diameter. Many are so ancient that they predate recorded history. In Kazakhstan, satellite imagery has uncovered over 260 massive geometric formations, crosses, circles, and squares, etched into the steppe. And in North America, the Blythe intaglios of California depict human figures and animals the size of football fields, their lines preserved for thousands of years in the desert dust. These are not isolated phenomena. They are part of a global pattern, evidence of forgotten language of earth and sky. When plotted on global maps, many of these geoglyph sites appear to align along the same Great Circle routes that connect megalithic monuments, from Giza to Easter Island, from Nazca to Angkor Wat. Could this be coincidence? Or were these locations deliberately chosen as nodes in an ancient planetary grid? Some researchers believe these alignments correspond to geomagnetic lines or energy pathways, the same ones later marked by ley lines and sacred sites. If true, the Nazca Lines and their global counterparts may have served as more than art. They may have been part of global navigation or energy system, a forgotten technology that integrated Earth's geography with the heavens above. Consider the precision of the Nazca designs. Modern engineers analyzing the lines discovered that many were laid out using perfect angles and proportional relationships, implying the use of trigonometric calculations. Some lines intersect in golden ratio proportions, while others correspond to precessional angles. The slow wobble of Earth's axis measured over 26,000 years. This means the builders were not only mapping stars, they were tracking long-term celestial cycles. To do so, they would have needed instruments capable of measuring angles across vast distances, or an inherited knowledge of geometry far beyond the scope of any known pre-Columbian culture. Even more intriguing is the resemblance between the Nazca lines and the runways of modern airstrips. Some of the longest lines form wide, flat corridors, perfectly straight, smooth surfaces that stretch for miles. While mainstream archaeologists argue these were processional pathways for rituals, their sheer length and precision make this explanation unsatisfying. Some alternative researchers, most famously Eric von Daniken, propose that the Nazca Plateau functioned as a kind of landing zone or signal platform for aerial visitors. While that theory remains controversial, it underscores a central mystery. Why build something so large and precise that it can only be appreciated from the sky? The Nazca weren't the only culture to express this strange relationship with the heavens. In Egypt, the layout of temples mirrored the constellations. In Britain, Stonehenge and other henges mark solar and lunar cycles. In Bolivia, the layout of Tiwanaku's Acapana pyramid mirrors the Southern Cross. Everywhere, ancient builders express a connection between heaven and earth, as though trying to communicate across cosmic distances. Could the geoglyphs, then, be a continuation of that global tradition, a message written on the surface of the planet itself? There is another, subtler layer to the mystery, the mathematical geometry of sound and vibration. The Nazca lines patterns, when analyzed, resemble the forms created by sound waves in sand, known as cymatic patterns. These shapes, formed naturally through resonance, suggest that the builders may have understood frequency and vibration on a fundamental level. Were the lines not just visual, but vibrational, part of a landscape that once resonated with energy, serving as a tuning ground for the Earth itself? Across the Pacific, in the ruins of Easter Island, similar mysteries appear. The Moai statues are arranged in patterns that mirror star constellations and magnetic anomalies. The islanders called their builders the Long Ears, a race that arrived from a sunken homeland to the east, possibly recalling the same culture that inspired the Nazca. Could it be that both civilizations inherited fragments of the same knowledge, an understanding of Earth's energetic and geometric harmonies passed down from a pre-cataclysmic world? If we view the Nazca lines not as isolated art, but as one piece of a planetary design, a new perspective emerges. The ancients may have seen the Earth as a living organism, a body of energy whose veins and meridians could be mapped, harmonized, and communicated through geometry. The lines were not meant to be seen in the way we think of art today. They were meant to resonate. Each figure, each line, each spiral was part of a grand symphony, a conversation between humanity and the cosmos. Mainstream science, cautious by nature, reduces the Nazca lines to ritual pathways, water cults, or simple astronomy. But these explanations fail to capture their scale, precision, and global parallels. The builders of Nazca were not primitive farmers marking seasonal cycles. They were the inheritors of a deeper wisdom, one that saw no boundary between earth and sky, symbol and science. The Nazca lines remind us that there are messages on our planet, so vast we can only read them from above. And perhaps that was always the intention. The builders knew that someday, when humans once again took the skies, we would look down and see their message. Perhaps it was a warning. Perhaps it was a remembrance. Or perhaps it was simply proof that long before history began, someone already understood the world from a perspective beyond our own. In the stillness of the Peruvian desert, the lines remain untouched, precise, enduring, eternal. Each sunrise casts shadows across their grooves. Each windstorm whispers across their edges. And though millennia have passed, their message remains the same. We were here. We knew the sky. We spoke to the stars. In the high altiplano of the Bolivian Andes, where icy winds scour the barren earth and the air grows thin from altitude, lies a place that defies all logic, a site so ancient, so technologically precise, that has become the beating heart of the forbidden archaeology debate. This place is Puma Punku, part of the larger Tiwanaku complex, a ruin that should not exist. Its shattered blocks of andesite and red granite lie strewn like the remnants of a cataclysm, yet each one bears the unmistakable marks of engineering so advanced that modern tools struggle to reproduce it. Archaeologists claim it was built around 500 CE by the Tiwanaku people, but the stones themselves and the geological and astronomical evidence surrounding them tell a different story, one that reaches back more than 12,000 years to a forgotten civilization that perished in the great global disaster at the end of the Ice Age. Standing at 12,800 feet above sea level, Puma Punku's very location is an enigma. The surrounding plateau, known as the Altiplano, was once the shoreline of a massive prehistoric lake called Lake Titicaca. Yet geological studies show that this lake has fluctuated dramatically in level over thousands of years, with ancient shorelines sitting hundreds of feet higher than today's waterline, suggesting the land itself has risen or fallen due to tectonic upheaval. This means that when Puma Punku was built, the region may have looked entirely different, possibly lying much closer to sea level. How, then, did ancient builders transport and carve blocks weighing up to 130 tons at such extreme altitude, with no trees, no pack animals, and no evidence of the tools required? The site's design is mathematically perfect. Its foundation stones fit together with interlocking precision, some featuring intricate H-shaped blocks that slot seamlessly into one another like machine-cut components. These blocks were carved from diorite and andesite, stones so hard that modern drills with diamond tips are needed to work them. Yet the surfaces of Puma Punku's blocks are polished smooth, their edges laser straight, their corners exact to fractions of a millimeter. Some contain circular holes bored through solid stone, perfectly cylindrical, as though drilled with industrial equipment. Others feature grooves and channels that appear machined. The symmetry, uniformity, and precision of these cuts have led engineers and stonemasons alike to conclude that the builders possessed a level of technological sophistication far beyond capabilities of any known pre-Columbian society. Archaeologists, unable to explain the site's engineering, attribute it to simple craftsmanship using stone hammers, sand, and patience. But even with unlimited labor, such work is physically impossible. Andesite, the stone used in Puma Punku, ranks nearly as high as quartz on the Mohs hardness scale. Copper tools, the best available at the time according to orthodox chronology, could not scratch it, let alone carve it with the geometric perfection seen here. Moreover, the builders did not merely shape these stones. They engineered them to fit together like modular architecture. Each block is a component of a larger design, suggesting not random artistry, but systematic construction, akin to prefabrication. This raises a troubling question. What kind of civilization possessed the tools, mathematics, and organizational capacity to accomplish this? And why have all traces of it vanished? Legends from the Andes tell of Viracocha, the great god of creation, who came after a cataclysm of fire and flood to rebuild the world. Described as a tall, bearded man of light, Viracocha and his followers supposedly raised the first temples of stone and taught humanity science, agriculture, and law before disappearing across the sea. To the Tiwanaku people, he was the bringer of civilization. But what if he was no myth? What if Viracocha represents a memory of an advanced culture that survived the destruction of the Ice Age, a remnant of the pre-flood world? Puma Punku, then, may not have been their origin, but their last refuge, the place where the survivors of that global cataclysm tried to rebuild. The alignment of Puma Punku and the nearby Kalasasaya temple adds weight to this theory. Both are oriented toward astronomical events with incredible precision. The main axis of Tiwanaku's temples marks the sunrise at the winter solstice. Yet when measured precisely, the alignment is off by several degrees from the current solstice position. This discrepancy suggests that the monuments were aligned to the solstice as it appeared thousands of years earlier, implying a construction date around 15,000 to 12,000 BC, the exact time frame of the Younger Dryas catastrophe. If true, then Puma Punku was built not by the Tiwanaku people, but by a civilization that predated them by at least 10,000 years. Further evidence of extreme age lies in the geological wear of the stones themselves. Many of Puma Punku's blocks show heavy erosion, as if they were once exposed to rain, water flow, or even submersion. An oddity, considering the current arid climate of the Altiplano. This suggests that the site once experienced radically different environmental conditions, consistent with the end of the Ice Age when melting glaciers transformed the region's landscape. If Puma Punku stood during that time, it may have been destroyed by the floods that followed. The scattered stones and broken platforms we see today could be the aftermath of a cataclysmic earthquake, tidal surge, or cosmic impact, the very event remembered in flood myths across the world. Equally puzzling are the acoustic and magnetic anomalies at the site. Researchers have noted that the andesite blocks resonate at specific frequencies when struck, producing clear ringing tones. The builders may have deliberately chosen stones with particular acoustic properties, suggesting knowledge of resonance, a science also associated with ancient Egypt and the megaliths of Europe. Some blocks even contain traces of magnetism, aligned in patterns inconsistent with natural polarity, as if exposed to intense electromagnetic fields during their shaping or placement. Could these have been side effects of an ancient technology, one capable of manipulating stone through sound or magnetic energy? The engineering feats of Puma Punku cannot be explained by isolated genius. They represent a unified knowledge system, one shared by other megalithic sites across the globe. The polygonal masonry seen here mirrors that of Sacsayhuaman in Cusco, thousands of miles away, and the precise right angles resemble those found in Egypt's granite temples. The same architectural logic, the same geometric codes, the same mysterious mastery of stone, all recurring in places separated by oceans. These parallels point toward a common origin, a single source of knowledge disseminated to surviving cultures after a global catastrophe. Mainstream archaeology, constrained by its own timelines, insists that the Tiwanaku culture built Puma Punku using simple tools and enormous manpower. But no evidence supports this. The Tiwanaku left no quarries, no tools, no written records describing construction. Even their own myths claim the site was built by the gods who came before. The truth may be that the Tiwanaku inherited Puma Punku, a ruin already ancient when they found it, and built their civilization around its bones, just as the Egyptians built their temples around the pyramids of Giza. Perhaps Puma Punku was once part of a global network, the same network that linked Göbekli Tepe Giza and the submerged ruins of Dwarka, a world that understood geometry as a language of creation, that could shape stone as effortlessly as clay, and that sought to align the earth with the heavens. Its builders were not merely architects, but scientists of energy, vibration, and resonance, the lost engineers of the pre-flood world. When we stand at Puma Punku today, amid its shattered stones, we are not simply visiting a ruin. We are standing at the edge of human amnesia. The site is a fossil of forgotten genius, the broken engine of a civilization erased by time. Its stones, scattered yet precise, whisper the same haunting message that echoes from every ancient site on Earth. We once knew how to do this. We once had the power to move mountains. The silence of Puma Punku is the silence of a fallen world. The rain-scarred blocks, the perfect cuts, the collapsed terraces, all bear witness to civilization that lived, built, and died before history began. And perhaps, as the wind howls through its empty courtyards and the stars wheel overhead, the same stars its builders once aligned to, the old world still speaks through its ruins, waiting for us to remember. In the desolate highlands of eastern Turkey, a vast plateau rises against the sky, an isolated, rugged expanse crowned by one of the most enigmatic monuments on Earth. At its peak lies a mountain of crushed stone, a towering artificial mound that conceals colossal statues, weathered lions, eagles, and human figures with regal faces staring eternally toward the horizon. This is Mount Nemrut, the throne of the gods, a place where myth, astronomy, and forgotten history converge. Officially, the site is attributed to King Antiochus I of Commagene, who supposedly built in the 1st century BC as his tomb and temple. Yet the deeper one looks into its construction, its celestial alignments, and its symbolism, the more it begins to resemble something much older, a reawakening of an ancient, cosmic tradition that stretches back to the pre-Ice Age world. Mount Nemrut stands 7,000 feet above sea level, dominating the surrounding landscape like a man-made mountain. At its summit lies a massive tumulus, an artificial mound of crushed limestone rock, rising over 150 feet high, surrounded by terraces that hold colossal stone statues. These figures, each weighing several tons, depict a pantheon unlike any other, a fusion of Greek, Persian, and Mesopotamian deities. Zeus, Apollo, Mitra, Ahura Mazda, and even Antiochus himself sit side by side in a divine council, their massive heads toppled and scattered by time and earthquakes. Behind them, each terrace aligns with celestial events. The eastern terrace with sunrise and the western terrace with sunset. The entire monument functions as an astronomical observatory, precisely marking solstices and equinoxes. At first glance, Mount Nemrut appears to be a royal vanity project, an ambitious king's attempt to immortalize himself among the gods. But nothing about the site fits the modest means of a small Hellenistic kingdom like Commagene. The engineering required to build such a mountain of crushed stone, the precision of its alignments, and the size of its statues all exceed what local resources and manpower could have achieved in that era. Moreover, no burial chamber has ever been found within the mound, despite decades of exploration. Ground-penetrating radar has detected voids and tunnels deep inside, suggesting hidden chambers, but Turkish authorities have refused to allow further excavation. Some researchers believe the tomb may never have existed, that the mound conceals something far older and more profound, an ancient site reactivated by Antiochus, who merely restored what was already there. Legends from the region support this theory. The name Nemrut itself echoes ancient Semitic roots connected to Nimrod, the biblical mighty hunter before the Lord, who built towers to reach the heavens, an archetype of the god-king who sought divine connection through architecture. Ancient Armenian and Persian traditions speak of the mountain of the gods, where heaven and earth once met, and where the first kings received wisdom from celestial beings. Could Mount Nemrut be a continuation of this mythic theme, a sacred mountain aligned with the stars, built as a terrestrial mirror of the heavens? Indeed, the entire monument seems designed as a celestial map. When astronomers reconstructed the sky as it appeared in antiquity, they found that the positions of the statues and stelae corresponded precisely to star constellations visible around 10,000 BC, far earlier than Antiochus's time. The lion relief found on one terrace is especially revealing. It depicts a celestial chart showing the constellation Leo and several bright stars, including Regulus, aligned in a pattern that matches the sky of July 7th, 10,950 BC. The same epoch repeatedly appearing in megalithic sites like Göbekli Tepe and the Great Sphinx of Giza. This is not coincidence. It suggests that Nemrut's builders, or perhaps the ancient culture that inspired it, encoded the memory of that cosmic event, the beginning or end of a great age marked by cataclysm. Even the design of the tumulus itself mirrors ancient concepts of sacred mountains, not as tombs, but as symbolic gateways between worlds. In Mesopotamian mythology, the gods dwelt on mountain peaks that serve as ladders to the heavens. In Sumerian texts, the ziggurat, the tiered temple, was described as a bond between heaven and earth. Nemrut, with its terraces ascending toward the summit, replicates that design on a grander scale. It is not a grave, but a cosmic altar, a place where the living and divine once met. What makes the site even more mysterious is its location. Nemrut lies almost directly in line with the constellation-based alignments found in Göbekli Tepe, located just a few hundred miles to the southwest. Both sites share an obsession with celestial symbolism, lions, eagles, bulls, and human-faced deities, and both seem to memorialize the same epoch, the transition between ages, the end of the Ice Age. It is as if Antiochus's builders, whether knowingly or not, revived the sacred architecture of their distant ancestors, reconstructing a prehistoric temple on the ruins of something that had stood there long before recorded history. Some researchers propose that the tumulus hides more than empty chambers. It may conceal a hall of records, similar to those rumored beneath the Great Sphinx. Seismic scans have identified cavities within the mound's core, possibly artificial chambers or tunnels leading into the mountain itself. Legends and local Kurdish folklore speak of a sleeping god or radiant king entombed within, whose awakening would mark the return of a golden age. In this sense, Mount Nemrut becomes not just a monument, but a time capsule, a symbolic resurrection chamber built to preserve knowledge from a lost era. The artistry of the site also reveals anomalous sophistication. The colossal heads, though eroded, show intricate detailing. Curls of hair, beards, and facial expressions carved with remarkable realism. The proportions follow classical Greek canons, Yet the material, a highly durable local limestone, was shaped and polished in a manner consistent with much older megalithic traditions. The fact that the statues' heads were once attached to seated bodies suggests that they were reused fragments of an earlier monument repositioned by later builders. If this is true, the mountain could be a palimpsest, an ancient sacred site continually reinterpreted by successive cultures over thousands of years. The hybrid pantheon of Nimrut adds to the enigma. Greek gods like Zeus and Apollo are merged with Persian deities, such as Mitra and Ahura Mazda. This synthesis of Eastern and Western theology is often attributed to Hellenistic cultural blending, but it could also be a survival of something far older, a primordial belief system that once united humanity before the Great Flood fragmented the world. These gods, embodiments of light, fire, and cosmic order, may represent personifications of celestial forces that ancient astronomer priests once observed and worshipped. The king of the gods enthroned at Nimrut may not be Antiochus at all, but an echo of an older archetype, the solar king, the guardian of lost knowledge, the same figure remembered as Osiris in Egypt, Viracocha in the Andes, and Quetzalcoatl in Mesoamerica. When viewed in this context, Mount Nimrut becomes more than a cultural monument. It is a symbolic bridge between ages. It connects the dying memory of an ancient cosmic religion with the dawn of recorded history. Its alignments preserve the legacy of a time when humanity saw the universe as a living system, when mountains were built to reflect constellations, and kings aspired not to rule the earth, but to ascend to the stars. Mainstream archaeology views Nimrut as an isolated marvel of late antiquity, but the weight of evidence suggests continuity, not invention. From the buried temples of Göbekli Tepe to the submerged cities beneath the Mediterranean, from the Sphinx of Giza to the pyramids of Mexico, the same patterns recur. Monumental architecture aligned to celestial events, constructed with technology and precision that exceed the capacities of their attributed eras. Mount Nimrut fits squarely into this pattern, a beacon on the global map of ancient sacred sites, each marking humanity's attempt to reconnect with its lost origin. Today, as the cold Anatolian winds sweep across its terraces and the dismembered stone head stares silently into the void, Mount Nimrut remains a mystery frozen in time. Was it truly the work of an ambitious king, or the reawakening of an ancient science? Is it a tomb, or a message encoded in stone for future generations? Perhaps it is both, a declaration that those who came before us were not primitive, but cosmic in their thinking, builders of monuments meant to outlast empires, carrying the memory of a world reborn after the flood. In the end, Mount Nimrut stands as a sentinel of forgotten wisdom, a mountain that was once a temple that was once a mountain. Its stones may be silent, but its message still resonates across time, that humanity's story does not begin with kings and empires, but with the stars. In the heart of Central America, where the jungles of Guatemala and Mexico swallow the remains of once mighty kingdoms, rise the broken pyramids and temples of the Maya civilization, an ancient world obsessed with the stars, time, and cosmic cycles. But beneath the surface of their myths and monuments lies something far more profound, the faint memory of a knowledge that predates them, inherited from a vanished age. The Maya did not invent astronomy. They perfected it. They did not create their calendar. They preserved it, a system so mathematically complex and cosmically precise that it encodes cycles stretching back tens of thousands of years. To understand the Maya is to look through their temples as if through a window into prehistory, and to glimpse the echoes of the lost calendar, a relic of a civilization that existed before the Ice Age ended. The Maya, like their Aztec and Olmec predecessors, built cities that functioned not only as religious centers, but as cosmic observatories. Every structure was aligned to the heavens. Temples oriented to the rising sun, pyramids aligned to the solstices, and ceremonial platforms marking the movements of Venus, Mars, and the moon. Their great cities, Tikal, Palenque, Copan, Chichen Itza, were more than places of worship. They were astronomical machines built in stone. The temple of Kukulkan at Chichen Itza, for instance, is aligned so precisely with the equinoxes that twice a year, the setting sun casts a shadow of a serpent of light slithering down its staircase. At the moment of alignment, the serpent, symbol of the god Kukulkan or Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, seems to descend from the sky itself. This spectacle was not mere ritual. It was a demonstration of celestial synchronization, proof that the Maya had mastered the clockwork of the cosmos. At the heart of their cosmic understanding was the Maya calendar system, perhaps the most sophisticated chronological construct ever devised by an ancient culture. It was not a single calendar, but several interlocking cycles, the Tsokin, the Hab, and the long count, which measures epochs spanning thousands of years. When combined, these cycles formed what modern researchers call the calendar round, a repeating pattern of time that mirrors planetary and precessional movements. But here lies the enigma. How could a civilization that officially emerged around 2000 BC possess such advanced knowledge of astronomical precession, a phenomenon requiring observations over 25,920 years? The only logical explanation is that the Maya inherited this knowledge, that they were the custodians of a calendar system older than their own civilization. The long count calendar famously ended one great cycle on December 21st, 2012, corresponding to the end of a 5,125-year period. Popular culture interpreted this as a prophecy of apocalypse, but for the Maya, it marked renewal, the end of one world and the beginning of another. According to their cosmology, we are living in the fifth sun, preceded by 4 previous ages, each destroyed by elemental cataclysms: water, fire, wind, and earth. These events bear striking resemblance to the flood myths and destruction cycles described in other ancient traditions, from Sumerian to Hindu to Greek. The Maya were not predicting an ending. They were remembering a pattern. They believed that civilization rises and falls in cosmic rhythm, each world destroyed and reborn when celestial alignments trigger transformation on Earth. Their myths describe gods descending from the heavens to teach humanity arts and science. The Popol Vuh, the sacred book of the Maya, speaks of creators who came from the stars and shaped humanity from maize, a metaphor for genetic creation, perhaps. It tells of a deluge that wiped out the arrogant men of wood, followed by a rebirth of humankind. The gods who survived the flood were astronomers, keepers of calendars, and watchers of cycles. They carried with them the knowledge of time, the key to predicting catastrophe and renewal. In this sense, the Maya were not the inventors of their calendar, but its guardians, the latest link in an unbroken chain stretching back to survivors of a forgotten world. The Maya's obsession with Venus further reveals this inheritance. They tracked the planet's movements with astonishing accuracy, calculating its synodic period, 583, 92 days, to within a fraction of a modern astronomical value, without telescopes. Venus represented the duality of life and death, the morning and evening star, a celestial echo of cycles of destruction and rebirth. In their temples, Venus alignments correspond to the appearance of the feathered serpent deity, a symbol found not only in Mesoamerica, but in cultures across the globe. In Sumeria, the god Enki was also associated with serpents and knowledge. In Egypt, the serpent represented the path of the sun. Across mythologies, the same symbol recurs, a coiling cycle of rebirth and wisdom, perhaps derived from a single source long before history began. Even the mathematical structure of the Maya calendar is extraordinary. It is based on a vigesimal base 20 system, unlike the decimal systems of most cultures. This allowed them to track cycles with incredible precision. The numbers woven into their long count, 13, 20, 52, 260, 5,125, correspond not only to astronomical cycles, but to geometrical constants found in ancient architecture worldwide. For example, the number 52, representing the sacred calendar round, also appears in the Great Pyramid geometry when measured in Earth-based ratios. These shared mathematical harmonies suggest a global system of sacred numbers, a common scientific language once used by an advanced civilization that spanned the planet before it fell. Moreover, the Maya calendar encodes a precession of the equinoxes, the slow wobble of Earth's axis that completes a full cycle every 25,920 years. This is the same cycle represented by the Egyptian Great Year, the Hindu Yuga system, and even Plato's perfect year. How could cultures separated by oceans and millennia have developed identical measurements of this immense cosmic cycle unless they inherited it from the same source? The precession marks the shifting of the zodiac through the ages, the cosmic heartbeat that defines epochs of human history. The Maya tracked it with uncanny accuracy, building their calendar as both a scientific tool and a spiritual prophecy, a way to anticipate the rhythm of creation and destruction. Their architecture reinforces this cosmic design. The pyramids of Tikal rise in perfect alignment with solstices and planetary events. At Uxmal, the Pyramid of the Magician aligns with Venus's northernmost rising. At Köppen, the stele record astronomical cycles that span centuries. These were not the random efforts of an isolated civilization. They were a continuation of an ancient science of sacred architecture, the same knowledge that shaped Stonehenge, Giza, and Angkor Wat. Everywhere, the same principle applies. The heavens reflected on earth. When the Spanish conquistadors arrived, they burned the Mayas' codices, priceless books of astronomy, mathematics, and history, erasing most of their written legacy, only to survive the Dresden, Paris, Madrid, and Grolier codices. Within these fragile pages lies proof of the Mayas' astronomical genius, tables predicting eclipses, tracking Venus cycles, and encoding mathematical constants. The precision of these calculations implies centuries, if not millennia, of accumulated observation. It would have taken generations to achieve such accuracy, suggesting that the Maya inherited records far older than their own civilization. If we follow this thread back in time, it leads beyond the Maya, beyond the Olmecs, and into the myth to the memory of the ancient ones, said to have come from the east, across the sea, bringing knowledge after the Great Flood. The Aztecs called them the Toltecs, wise ones who built cities of stone before time began. The Maya refer to them as the Itzá, the bringers of wisdom, whose name survives in the city of Chichen Itza, the mouth of the well of Itzá. Their legacy, encoded in calendars and temples, was the gift of time itself, the ability to measure, predict, and align with the cosmos. Modern sciences only begin to catch up with what the ancients already knew, that time is not linear but cyclical, that cosmic patterns repeat with mathematical precision. Solar activity, geomagnetic shifts, and even climate cycles correspond to these celestial rhythms. What the Maya encoded in myth, we now rediscover in data. They were not mystics playing with numbers. They were scientists preserving a truth that we have only recently begun to understand again. The Maya calendar, then, is not simply a record of time. It is a map of recurrence, a remembrance of cataclysms past and future. It tells us that humanity lives within cycles of rise and fall, creation and destruction, ignorance and enlightenment. The end of one cycle does not mean annihilation but renewal, a return to the beginning. As the jungle reclaims their temples and time erodes their stone carvings, the Mayas' message remains. They left behind a cosmic warning encoded in their mathematics and myth. We are not the first world, nor will we be the last. Our civilization, too, will rise and fall in rhythm with the stars. The lost calendar of the Maya is not merely a relic of the past. It is a mirror of the future. It reminds us that the true story of humanity is not a straight line from ignorance to progress, but a great wheel turning endlessly through ages of light and shadow. And perhaps, when our own cycle ends, their prophecy will come true once more. The gods will return, the heavens will realign, and humanity will remember that it has walked this path before. In the shifting sands of Egypt and the silent valleys of the Middle East, a mystery lies buried beneath layers of stone and myth, one that may hold the key to the greatest riddle of all, the lost archives of human history. Across the ancient world, legends speak of hidden libraries, secret chambers, and underground vaults that preserve the wisdom of forgotten civilization, the knowledge of the gods, safeguarded against the cataclysm that ended their world. From the hall of record beneath the Sphinx to the library of Alexandria's vanished texts, from the temple scrolls of Qumran to the subterranean vaults of Tibet, these scattered references form a pattern that points toward one haunting possibility: that humanity's true origins were once recorded in stone, metal, and crystal, only to be buried by time itself. This is the story of the hidden libraries of the gods, the repositories of forbidden knowledge said to predate history itself. The most famous of these is, without question, the Hall of Records beneath the Great Sphinx of Giza. The legend originates from ancient Egyptian and Greek sources, which describe hidden chambers containing scrolls, maps, and sacred relics left by the gods or by survivors of the lost civilization of Atlantis. In the early 20th century, the American mystic Edgar Cayce revived this idea, predicting that a vast archive would one day be discovered beneath the Sphinx's paws, a repository of Atlantean wisdom that would reveal the true history of humanity. For decades, Egyptologists dismissed the claim as fantasy. Yet in the 1990s, seismic and ground-penetrating radar surveys conducted by teams from the University of Florida and independent researchers detected large cavities and tunnels beneath the Sphinx enclosure, anomalies too symmetrical to be natural. The Egyptian authorities acknowledged the findings, but swiftly restricted further investigation. Since then, no official exploration has been permitted in those zones, leading many to suspect that what lies beneath the Sphinx remains deliberately concealed. Ancient texts hint at what those buried chambers might contain. The Egyptian Book of Thoth, a legendary corpus of magical and scientific knowledge, was said to have been hidden by priests in the house of Osiris, in a place unknown to man. It contained the secrets of astronomy, medicine, geometry, and resurrection, the sciences of both heaven and earth. The Emerald Tablets of Hermes, attributed to the god Thoth Hermes Trismegistus, echo the same wisdom. As above, so below. These tablets, said to be indestructible, were rumored to contain instructions for harnessing energy from the cosmos, what modern minds might call technology. Could such relics have been entombed in the secret chambers beneath the Giza Plateau to protect them from the cataclysm that destroyed the world before ours? The theme of hidden libraries recurs in nearly every ancient tradition. In Sumerian legend, the god Enki preserved the records of the antediluvian world in tablets of lapis lazuli, buried in the temple of Eridu. The Epic of Gilgamesh begins with the hero uncovering the story of the flood, inscribed on a stone of lapis. The implication is clear. The knowledge of the god survived the flood, hidden, waiting to be rediscovered. In Persian lore, the lost books of the Magi were sealed within mountains, protected by divine fire. The Vedic texts of India describe libraries of crystal and gold hidden in the Himalayas, guarded by immortal sages known as the Rishis, who await the world's renewal to reveal their wisdom again. Even in the Western world, the idea of forbidden archives persists. The Library of Alexandria, once the greatest repository of knowledge in the ancient world, was said to contain not just Greek philosophy but Egyptian, Babylonian, and Indian manuscripts, the scientific and metaphysical legacy of earlier civilizations. When it burned, whether by accident or design, humanity lost tens of thousands of years of accumulated wisdom. But many accounts claim that the most sacred scrolls were spirited away before the flames consumed the library. Some say they were taken to Hermopolis, others to the deserts of Sinai, and still others to underground sanctuaries beneath the Great Pyramid itself. If even a fragment of this library survived, it could contain records linking historical Egypt to its mysterious pre-dynastic forerunners, those who built the pyramids long before the first pharaohs. Far to the east, in Tibet and the Himalayas, Buddhist and Bon traditions speak of hidden treasure texts known as terma, teachings concealed by enlightened masters in caves, rocks, and lakes, to be revealed only when humanity is ready. Many of these were discovered exactly where prophecy foretold, containing advanced knowledge of astronomy, medicine, and meditation. The monasteries of Tibet are also said to guard ancient metallic tablets, relics from before the last world age, possibly remnants of a vanished civilization that once spanned the earth. In India, legends of Shambhala, the underground kingdom of light, describe a vast subterranean archive where all histories of mankind are preserved in crystal. The parallels to Egypt's Hall of Records are unmistakable. Both describe repositories of universal knowledge, sealed during times of catastrophe, waiting to guide humanity after the darkness passes. Even the Americas echo this myth. In Mesoamerican lore, the Maya and Aztec codices were copies of older, divine texts brought from a land that sank beneath the sea. The Aztecs spoke of the 7 caves of Chichimastac, the underground origins of their ancestors, and the sacred place where the records of the previous world were stored. The Inca legends of Peru tell of tunnels beneath Cusco and Sacsayhuaman that lead to chambers filled with gold, mummies, and knowledge from the gods. Spanish chroniclers wrote of conquistadors who vanished trying to find these hidden vaults, lured by tales of the Temple of the Sun and its secret archive. Even in North America, native tribes speak of underground cities and crystal libraries belonging to the star people who lived before the flood. The question, then, is not whether such stories exist. It is why they exist everywhere. From Egypt to Peru, from Tibet to Mesopotamia, humanity remembers a time when knowledge was hidden, sealed underground to protect it from destruction. This cannot be mere coincidence. The global flood myths and the recurrence of subterranean archives suggest that the builders of these libraries foresaw a catastrophe, perhaps the Younger Dryas cataclysm, and took deliberate steps to preserve their civilization's knowledge for the survivors. These ancient time capsules may contain records of astronomy, energy, and lost sciences, blueprints of a forgotten world before the flood. Modern archaeology, bound by convention, dismisses these legends as myth. Yet the discoveries of underground chambers, anomalous artifacts, and megalithic tunnels lend them growing credibility. Beneath Giza, explorers have uncovered extensive tunnel networks connecting the pyramids, the Sphinx, and nearby temples, systems that ancient texts called the Paths of the Gods. In South America, the Chincana tunnels beneath Cusco stretch for miles, leading to sealed doors of polished stone that modern technology cannot breach. In Turkey, the Derinkuyu underground city, capable of housing 20,000 people, remains one of the most mysterious constructions on Earth, its origin predating known Anatolian civilizations by millennia. Who were its builders, and what were they hiding from? Some theorists propose that these subterranean complexes were part of a global network, the last effort of a dying civilization to preserve its wisdom through the coming deluge. In that context, the libraries of the gods were not temples or tombs, but survival vaults, repositories of maps, science, and history meant to restart civilization once the Earth stabilized. Perhaps the Ark of Noah or Utnapishtim was not merely a ship, but also a symbol, the Ark of Knowledge that carried the memory of a lost world through the storm. If these archives still exist, their discovery would change everything. Imagine uncovering a repository beneath the Sphinx containing complete records of an advanced Ice Age civilization, texts describing their science, their cities, their downfall. It would unite myth and history, proving that the stories of Atlantis, Zep Tepi, and the gods were not fables but memories. It would also raise troubling questions. Who built these libraries, and why has their knowledge remained hidden for so long? Perhaps the answer lies in the nature of the knowledge itself. Every legend warns that the wisdom of the gods is forbidden, too powerful for the unprepared. The Emerald Tablets say, "Guard thou the secrets, lest they destroy thee." The Buddhist termas are revealed only when humanity is spiritually ready. The Egyptian priests sealed their chambers to protect sacred knowledge from corruption. In every case, the message is the same. Knowledge is not lost, but withheld, locked away until we evolve enough to use it wisely. The hidden libraries of the gods may be real, or they may be metaphorical representations of humanity's own subconscious memory, buried deep within our collective mind. Perhaps both are true. The physical chambers may exist beneath mountains and temples, but the greater library lies within us, encoded in myth DNA and intuition. Each discovery we make, each ruin we unearth, is another page of that book being revealed. Someday, when the sands shift and the stars realign as they once did, the sealed chambers may open again. And when they do, the story of who we truly are and where we came from will finally be told not in myth, but in truth. Until then, the libraries remain asleep beneath the earth, guarding the light of a lost age against the darkness of forgetfulness. At the bottom of the world lies a land of silence. Antarctica, a frozen continent that hides a story older than humanity itself. Beneath miles of ice, radar scans have revealed mountain ranges, valleys, and massive structures that defy explanation. Some researchers believe these formations could be the remnants of an ancient civilization, a world entombed by the sudden freeze at the end of the last ice age. Satellite images show geometric anomalies beneath the ice, resembling pyramidal peaks and vast grid-like patterns. Ancient maps like the Pyrie Reis map depict Antarctica centuries before it was officially discovered, and, shockingly, without ice. How could early cartographers have known its coastline unless they inherited maps from a much older source? Legends speak of the White Continent, the final refuge of the gods after the flood, or perhaps the last outpost of Atlantis itself. Modern expeditions remain restricted, fueling speculation about what might be buried there. Lost archives, alien artifacts, or technologies beyond our understanding. Antarctica may not just be a land of ice. It may be a time capsule, preserving the ruins of forgotten civilization from the First World Age. As glaciers melt and hidden structures begin to emerge, the truth beneath the ice could rewrite everything we know about our planet's history. Perhaps the real secret of Antarctica is not what's buried there, but why it was hidden, as if the Earth itself conspired to seal away the memory of a world that once thrived before the cold came. Every ancient civilization speaks of divine tools, objects of light, sound, and energy used by the gods. These were the lost technologies of the pre-flood world, capable of shaping stone, healing the body, and harnessing Earth's natural power. The Great Pyramid of Giza, long thought to be a tomb, shows evidence of having functioned as an energy machine, built with piezoelectric materials that could resonate with the Earth's frequency. Ancient legends describe vibrational lifting used to move colossal stones, a technique that modern physics still struggles to explain. Similar feats appear at Baalbek, Pumapunku, and Tiwanaku, sites where precision and scale defy Bronze Age tools. Texts from Egypt, India, and Sumer hint at energy once drawn from the earth and sky. The Vedic Vimanas, flying craft powered by sound and crystal energy, and Egyptian light of Dendra reliefs may be symbolic depictions of this science. These technologies were mechanical as we understand them. They were harmonic, blending consciousness, sound, and geometry. The ancients knew that energy responds to vibration and intent. Their temples, aligned to celestial frequencies, acted as instruments in a global system of resonance. When the cataclysm struck, this knowledge was lost or suppressed, remembered only as myth, the weapons of the gods, the celestial fire. Yet perhaps the ancients didn't lose their power. We lost the understanding to use it wisely. The rediscovery of these forgotten sciences may one day prove that the boundary between technology and spirituality was never real. The gods did not wield magic. They mastered resonance, the universal language of creation itself. Across the ancient world, every great monument, from Giza to Teotihuacan, was built in harmony with the stars. The ancients believed the heavens were not distant but alive, their energy flowing into the earth through sacred geometry and light. This was their stellar technology, the science of aligning human creation with the cosmic order. The Great Pyramid mirrors Orion's belt and channels starlight from Sirius through its shafts, while the temples of Teotihuacan align to the Pleiades, and Angkor what mirrors Draco. These alignments were not for decoration. They were functional, designed to harness energy from celestial cycles. The ancients understood that stone, light, and sound could connect the earth to the cosmos. Granite and limestone, rich in quartz, acted as natural conductors, amplifying the planet's resonance. In Egypt, India, and Mesoamerica, sacred sites were tuned to solar and stellar frequencies, creating an energetic bridge between matter and spirit. They viewed stars as gateways, portals through which divine energy entered the world. By building mirrors of the heavens on earth, they maintained balance between the terrestrial and the celestial. The monuments were machines of alignment, synchronizing human consciousness with cosmic rhythm. Modern astronomy confirms that these ancient sites track precessions, solstices, and lunar cycles with astonishing precision. Yet their true purpose was spiritual, to awaken memory, to remind humanity that it is born of the stars. The stellar technology of the ancients was not mechanical, but living geometry, a union of science, spirit, and vibration. Their message carved in stone still shines today. We are not beneath the stars. We are among them. Before the flood, legends speak of beings who built the first great civilizations, the architects of the Golden Age. They were the luminous ones, the bringers of geometry, writing, and law. In Egypt, they were the gods of Zep Tepi the first time. In Sumer, the Anunnaki. In the Andes, Viracocha's builders. All were remembered as divine engineers who raised monuments aligned with the stars. Their temples mirrored the heavens. The pyramids of Egypt matched Orion's belt, Angkor what reflected Draco, and Teotihuacan aligned with the Pleiades. These were not coincidences but codes, an attempt to connect Earth with the cosmos. The same geometry appears everywhere. The golden ratio, sacred spirals, and the flower of life, patterns written into nature itself. The myths of the Golden Age describe a time when humanity lived in harmony with the universe, guided by wisdom rather than war. Yet hubris led to their fall, a misuse of sacred science that brought destruction. The flood myths, the fall of Atlantis, the wars of the gods, all are memories of that collapse. Still, their influence endures. Every temple, zodiac, and sacred symbol carries their fingerprints. Even our modern sciences, mathematics, astronomy, architecture, are fragments of their legacy. The architects built not merely in stone, but in memory. They left behind a blueprint of human potential, proof that we once reached higher states of consciousness. Their message across time is clear. You are the builders now. The age of light can rise again when wisdom and power unite. The ancients believed time did not move in a straight line, but in cosmic cycles. They called it the Great Year, the 25,920-year precession of the equinoxes. Earth's slow wobble through the stars. Each cycle marked the rise and fall of civilizations, the rhythm of light and darkness on a planetary scale. At Giza, the pyramids aligned with Orion's belt as it appeared in 10,500 BC, the last time the cosmic clock reset. The Sphinx faces due east, eternally watching the sunrise that begins each new age. The same pattern repeats in Angkor Wat, Machu Picchu, and Stonehenge, monuments built as timekeepers, tracking humanity's place in the heavens. Myths across cultures record these transitions. The Hindus spoke of the yugas, the Greeks of the ages of man, and the Maya of suns that end in fire and flood. Each age ends in cataclysm, followed by rebirth, a reset in the cycle. Modern geology now reveals evidence of these sudden shifts, from ice ages to magnetic reversals. The ancients knew these were not random events, but part of a celestial pattern, governed by Earth's position within the galaxy. They believed consciousness itself rose and fell with these cosmic tides, an eternal heartbeat of awakening and forgetting. Today, astronomers say we are entering the age of Aquarius, an era long prophesied as one of revelation and renewal. The ancients left their monuments to remind us that the clock always turns, and that every dawn follows darkness. The ancients saw the earth not as a rock, but as a living being, a body of energy with invisible veins of power flowing beneath its surface. They called these pathways ley lines, dragon lines, or song lines, currents of life force connecting sacred sites across the planet. Temples, pyramids, and stone circles were built precisely where these energies converged. From Stonehenge to Giza, from Angkor Wat to Machu Picchu, ancient builders aligned their monuments along these energetic intersections, creating a planetary grid. These weren't random placements. They formed a web of geometry echoing the shapes of the Platonic solids, the very forms that structure matter. The ancients understood that stone, shape, and sound could harness these energies. Granite and limestone, rich in quartz, acted like amplifiers. Water running beneath temples created electromagnetic resonance. When sunlight, geometry, and sound united, the site would sing, producing measurable frequencies still detectable today. Modern science is beginning to rediscover what they knew. Studies reveal that megalithic sites often coincide with magnetic anomalies and geomagnetic nodes. Ancient texts call these places navels of the world, portals between heaven and earth. The grid of the gods was a living temple, a global system of energy and consciousness. The ancients didn't just worship at these sites. They interacted with them, using sound and ritual to tune themselves to the planet's vibration. That knowledge faded with time, but the grid still hums beneath our feet. Perhaps it waits for humanity to listen again, to rebuild not just cities, but connection. The earth is alive, they whispered, and when we remember how to resonate with her, the gods will walk among us once more. Long before modern physics spoke of vibration and energy, the ancients knew that sound and light were the building blocks of creation. To them, the universe was not a silent void, but a living symphony, and every atom was a note within it. They called it the music of the spheres, a harmony between heaven and earth. In Egypt's Temple of Hathor, the granite chambers hum at precise acoustic frequencies when chanted into, while Malta's hypogeum resonates at 111 hertz, a tone that synchronizes a human brain's alpha waves. These were not coincidences. They were engineered tools of consciousness. Through vibration, the ancients believed they could align human energy with the rhythm of the cosmos. The same wisdom appears in India's Nada Yoga, where sound awakens the chakras, and in the Mayan temples, whose geometry amplifies echoes into pure tones. Color and light were treated as divine frequencies, gold for spirit, blue for truth, red for life force. Together, they formed a technology of transformation. Today, science calls this resonance and frequency modulation. Ancient initiates called awakening. They understood that the right sound could heal, that light could alter mood and perception, and that consciousness itself was the most powerful frequency of all. Across continents, the serpent, the spiral, and the symbol of the word all represented this truth, that creation begins not with matter, but with vibration. The ancients didn't just study sound, they spoke it into existence, echoing the eternal phrase, "In the beginning was the Word." To rediscover their science is to remember that every heartbeat, every thought, every word we speak still shapes reality. For the song of creation never ended. It simply waits for us to listen again. Around 12,800 years ago, Earth was struck by catastrophe. The skies burned, ice melted, and oceans swallowed the land. This was the great cataclysm, remembered as a flood in every ancient culture, the moment when an advanced world vanished beneath the waves. Modern science now calls it the Younger Dryas event, likely caused by a comet impact that unleashed global firestorms and flooding. Geological layers of nanodiamonds and melt glass mark the destruction. Physical evidence of the world-ending disaster once spoken of only in myth. Across continents, survivors preserve their memory in story. The Sumerians wrote of gods who sent a flood to cleanse the earth. The Hindus told of Manu's ark. The Maya spoke of a world drowned by water. And Plato recorded the fall of Atlantis, a once great empire destroyed in a single day and night of misfortune. When the waters receded, coastlines were redrawn, and entire civilizations were gone. Yet their survivors became the seed-bearers of a new age, the teachers who reestablished order and rebuilt the world. Their stories became sacred texts, their warnings carved into stone. That time moves in cycles, and when humanity forgets its harmony with nature, the cycle resets. Today, rising seas, magnetic changes, and shifting climates echo those ancient fears. But the Great Flood was not only destruction, it was renewal. It was Earth's rebirth and humanity's second beginning. The ruins beneath our oceans amidst a divine wrath and the scars in stone all tell the same truth. Civilization before the Ice Age was real, powerful, and proud, and it fell not by accident, but by the turning of the cosmic wheel. Across temples, scriptures, and stars, one symbol unites the wisdom of the ancient world. The serpent. Feared, worshipped, and misunderstood, the serpent represented not evil but transformation, the power of rebirth and enlightenment. In Egypt, the serpent Urias crowned a pharaoh, signifying the awakening of inner fire, consciousness rising through the spine to the eye of vision. In India, it became Kundalini Shakti, the coiled serpent of energy that, when awakened, grants divine awareness. To the Mayan Aztecs, it was Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, a god who merged earth and sky, spirit and matter, bringing civilization and wisdom. The Greeks turned the same truth into symbol, the caduceus of Hermes, twin serpents spiraling around a staff, the fusion of duality, healing, and ascension. Even the Hebrew and Christian traditions, though later demonizing the serpent, preserve its secret role, the giver of knowledge that awakens human consciousness. The serpent's form, spiral, wave, coil, mirrors DNA, galaxies, and energy fields. It moves between realms, shedding its skin as the cosmos sheds its ages. To the ancients, this was not a creature but a cosmic principle, energy that destroys ignorance and resurrects awareness. Those who mastered its force became serpents of wisdom, initiates of a science now called bioenergy or consciousness awakening. The serpent's rise through the body was symbolic of humankind's return to divine intelligence. Modern science, through DNA and electromagnetism, confirms what the ancients intuited, that life itself is a serpentine current, energy in motion, light in form. The serpent is not our tempter but our teacher, whispering across time. Awaken, shed the old skin, and remember the light you carry within. After the great cataclysm ended, the world was a graveyard of memories. Yet from its ashes rose a small band of survivors, the rebuilders, guardians of a dying light. They were the last heirs of a lost civilization who remembered what the rest of humanity had forgotten. Across the earth, they journeyed, teachers, engineers, astronomers, planting seeds of wisdom among the shattered tribes of a new world. In Egypt, they became the gods Osiris and Thoth, restoring law and sacred order. In the Andes, they appeared as Viracocha, teaching the art of stone and the measure of the stars. To the Sumerians, they were Oans and the Seven Sages, who emerged from the sea to rebuild culture. Their presence was the same everywhere, luminous beings carrying fragments of the first civilization's knowledge. From their efforts rose the first great cities, Sumer, Egypt, and the Indus Valley, all within a few millennia of the flood. They built in stone to preserve memory, encoding astronomy, geometry, and the laws of balance into temples aligned with the heavens. The myths that followed, of gods descending of divine architects, were memories of these rebuilders. But over time, their knowledge fractured. Science became religion, wisdom became ritual, and the flame of understanding dimmed. Still, they left clues, pyramids, symbols, alignments, a message carved into eternity. Their legacy was not merely to rebuild civilization, but to ensure that when humanity fell again, the spark could be reignited. We are their descendants, the latest keepers of the ancient flame, and their silent message across the ages remains unchanged. Remember who you are and build wisely, for the cycle always returns. When humanity emerged from the ruins of the flood, a strange awareness stirred within, an echo of cosmic memory. The ancients called it the awakening of the star-born mind, a remembrance that our consciousness itself was not born of earth, but of the stars. Across the early civilizations, this idea appeared in every myth. The Egyptians believed the soul descended from Ra's solar light. The Dogon spoke of the Namo from Sirius, who taught the first humans. The Maya said we came from the Pleiades, while the Hindus call us the children of the Devas, beings of light. Though separated by oceans, all told the same story. Humanity was seeded by cosmic intelligence. The temples they built were more than places of worship. They were mirrors of the heavens, designed to tune Earth to the stars. Through sound, geometry, and ritual, they sought to reactivate the divine spark within, awaken the potential of mind and spirit. The mystery schools of Egypt, India, and Greece preserved this inner technology, teaching that the human being was both instrument and creator, a reflection of the cosmos itself. Modern science now echoes what they knew, that the elements of life were forged in dying stars, and consciousness interacts with reality. We are stardust given awareness, the universe experiencing itself through human form. The ancients prophesied that one day, this memory would return, that humanity would awaken again to its cosmic origin. That time, they said, would mark the beginning of a new age, when the light of the stars would rise once more within the human heart. The discoveries scattered across the earth, buried cities, ancient alignments, and flood myths, reveal a staggering truth. Civilization existed before the Ice Age. Humanity's story is not one of linear progress, but of cycles, creation, destruction, and rebirth. The great cultures of Egypt, Sumer, and Mesoamerica were not beginnings but restorations, built upon the bones of an earlier world. The myths of Atlantis, Lemuria, and Zep-Tepi were not fiction but memory, recollections of an advanced civilization lost to cataclysm. Its survivors encoded their wisdom into stone and story, ensuring that future generations might rediscover it. For centuries, we have mistaken these relics for superstition, yet modern science now confirms what the ancients implied. Cosmic cycles govern not only the heavens but human destiny. The flood was not the end. It was the turning of the great wheel. This realization redefines everything. It means that the gods of myth were not divine beings, but our ancestors, survivors, scientists, teachers, who rebuilt civilization and warned of the cycles to come. It means that consciousness itself, the power to shape reality, is our true inheritance. The forgotten truth is that we are the continuation of that ancient world. Its knowledge sleeps within us, waiting to awaken. Every discovery, every act of remembrance, every search for meaning brings us closer to completing the circle. When humanity finally understands that it is both the child of earth and the heir of the stars, the golden age will return, not as legend but as awareness. For the lost civilization before the Ice Age was never truly gone. It lives in us, waiting to rise again.